ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Kook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Kook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Cook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Cook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Kook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Kook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Cook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Cook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Cook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Cook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Kook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory. Andy Pettitte was outstanding in his last outing, giving up just 1 run and 7 hits over 7 innings of a 3-2 10-inning win over Toronto on Tuesday. He had been 0-1 with a 20.25 ERA in his previous 2 outings at Yankee Stadium. Pettitte has won his last 11 decisions against the Devil Rays. For Tampa, yesterday's Game 1 starter Jason Hamels was optioned back to AAA Durham after his 4-inning outing. Hamels was the odd man out when the Devil Rays cleared a spot for Game 2 starter J.P. Howell. After sitting out the opener, Johnny Damon made an impact in Game 2. In addition to knocking in 4 runs, he robbed Tampa's Akinori Iwamura in each of his first 2 at-bats with great catches in left field. The Devil Rays finish up their series against the Yankees on Lunchbox Day at Yankee Stadium. Shields goes up against Pettitte. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. in the Bronx. You can see it live on MLB.TV, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Yankee bats were rocking yesterday. Today, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays try to bounce back from a doubleheader sweep on Saturday against New York. James Shields goes up against Andy Pettitte. Game time set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. After opening the series with a 14-4 stomping of the Yanks, the Devil Rays took 2 steps back. Tampa lost the opener 7-3 and the nightcap 17-5. In Game 1, reliever Jay Kook Ryu allowed 5 runs in less than 2 innings, and Carl Crawford sprained his ankle, causing him to miss Game 2. The nightcap got out of hand when Jay Watasic and Brian Stokes each allowed 5 runs in only 1 inning of work. The Yankees sent their fans home happy twice with the day-night doubleheader sweep. In Game 1, a 5-run 6th inning was highlighted by Shelley Duncan's first Major League home run. Game 2 got out of hand for Tampa. Hideki Matsui hit a second home run of the twin bill, and A-Rod knocked his Major League leading 33rd homer of the season. Since Matt DeSalvo was 1 out shy of qualifying for a win, Luis Vizcaino got the W, giving him victories in both ends of the doubleheader. James Shields leads the D-Rays in wins with 8, but he's 0-3 with a 6.12 ERA in 4 career starts against the Yankees. He matched up with Andy Pettitte on July 12th and allowed 6 runs over 6 innings. Shields bounced back from that loss by beating the Angels on Tuesday, giving up 2 runs over 7 innings in an 8-3 victory.
In New York City. Oh, what a great day to go to a ball game. And for Andy Pettitte, he walks in. What a grand entrance. And that will be his stage this afternoon in the Bronx. And today, the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in the final game of a 4-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael K. Long day at the ballpark yesterday for the New York Yankees, but one that they liked. They won the first game of a day-night doubleheader 7-3. In the second game, they won 17-5, just what the doctor ordered after having lost the 2 previous. Now, in the second game, Alex Rodriguez, who was outside of a ho-hum July, he just exploded offensively.
He did, and he's certainly showing reasons as to why he should be the American League MVP again. 3 of the 20 hits yesterday during the Yankee hit parade. This in his first at-bat was an RBI double. He was 3 for 4 with 4 RBIs. You see him sliding in second base, and here was one of his other doubles later into the game. Very good game for Alex Rodriguez, and to cap it off, his 497th home run, 33rd for the season. Alex Rodriguez is locked in.
And he also got himself a curtain call. This is where Alex Rodriguez stands among the active leaders in home runs, and there's a good chance that he's going to pass every single one of them. Now, Johnny Damon didn't have the same offensive night of Alex Rodriguez, but boy, did a good job defensively.
He did do a great job defensively. This is the first pitch of the game. You see him in left field, a little unusual position for him, 4th time this year. Stretched out in left center field, robs a double, maybe a triple. He's having fun, and then 2. He even admitted, wasn't how hard he hit it, but placed doubles down the left field line during that 20 hits yesterday that the Yankees had in the second game. Joe Torre said he did a lot of running, and he's giving him the day off today.
Let's take a look now at today's New York Lottery pitching matchup. It's a good one. James Shields goes for the Devil Rays 8-5 with a 3.91. Andy Pettitte for the Yankees 5-6 with a 4.10 ERA as the Yankees try to take the 3rd game of this 4-game set. So Andy Pettitte obviously is looking for the victory. All he has to do is ask his teammate Luis Vizcaino about wins. Vizcaino picked up both wins in the doubleheader yesterday. We'll talk about Vizcaino and his ascension into the 8th inning role next. Rivera took bullpen mate Luis Vizcaino under his wing and really turned his season around. Of the last month and a half, Vizcaino has been practically unhittable, other than Rivera, their most dependable reliever. Yesterday, he picked up both victories in the doubleheader, now has 8 wins, second only to Chin-Ming Wang, who of course is a starter on the Yankee staff, and he leads all Major League relievers in wins. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Yankees baseball. That's Al Leiter. I'm Michael Kay. We'll have baseball in just a couple of minutes. Vizcaino now is a very valuable member of this bullpen. He could be the bridge to Mariano Rivera in the 9th inning. But what's turned around with this guy?
I see greater velocity and his slider's better. When he first came over early in the year, his velocity was down a bit for whatever reason. You see Mariano working with him. That's not unusual. Mariano liked to work with other pitchers, as pitchers do, in a pitching staff. And certainly what I've seen of late, his slider is much tighter. And if his slider gets a little bit shorter and quicker and his velocity is greater than it is, this would be a great segue to get to Mariano. And obviously Joe has shown the trust that he has in Vizcaino.
And really, it's been something that Joe's been looking for all year. That 8th inning guy could be Luis Vizcaino. We come back with the lineups. First pitch, most importantly, baseball, next on Yes. Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Dodge. You can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. Continental Airlines, the official airline of the New York Yankees. And by Acura. Acura. Advance. Well, the Yankees have taken the field, and Andy Pettitte is on the mound. Another full house here at Yankee Stadium. A gorgeous day for baseball, gorgeous day for anything. A beautiful weather day here in New York City. Andy Pettitte is taking his warm-ups. We'll take a look at the Devil Rays starting lineup, and it is presented, as always, by our good friends at Rico. Akinori Iwamura, the third baseman, leads off. Brendan Harris, the shortstop, will bat second. B.J. Upton in center field. He'll hit third. Great numbers in this series, 7 for 15. 3 homers, 6 ribbies. Carlos Pena, the first baseman, cleans up, batting fifth and playing right field, Delman Young. Ty Wakington, the DH, will bat sixth. Batting seventh and playing left field, Johnny Gomes. Deanna Navarro will catch. He's going to bat eighth, and batting ninth and playing second base with a 7-game hitting streak, Josh Wilson.
And on the mound is Andy Pettitte, making his 21st start of the season. You see 22 games. He had a game out of the bullpen. You see his record. He's got a lot of no decisions, 11 no decisions. Respectable ERA, American League, 4.10, 125 innings. Hits are a little bit high per inning. Walks are good. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitcher scatter report. Team first. Last 3 of his starts, the Yankees have won. He got one of the wins against this Tampa Bay team in Tampa Bay. Pitcher's best friend, well, he's 4th in the American League in double plays. And you see one for the road. This is a 4-game series, and the Yankees would love to get a win with him on the mound and go to Kansas City.
So we are ready for baseball. It's the Yankees against the Devil Rays on a Sunday afternoon in New York City. Andy Pettitte gets the sign from Jorge Posada, and let's do it. The pitch is inside, 1-0. Iwamura robbed up 3 extra base hits yesterday, 2 by Johnny Damon and 1 by Melky Cabrera in the nightcap of the day-night doubleheader. He swings and misses, and the count 1-1. Breaking ball, strike.
Big curveball from Andy Pettitte. Let's take a look at that pitch. He has this pitch. Tampa Bay is not going to be too comfortable.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Good start to the game for Pettitte as Iwamura goes down swinging.
Well, that was a good sequence from Andy Pettitte. This is a hard slider. After that slow curveball, you see Ewa Moore way out in front. Looks like a fastball, emergency hack. Good pitch from Andy Pettitte.
Here's Brendan Harris. There's a strike. IO Digital Cable is the exclusive official HD sponsor for Yankees telecast right here on Yes. Harris, a .338 hitter in night games and .209 in the day.
Well, that's not going to help. And to compound that with Andy Pettitte, it's 12-1 lifetime against Tampa Bay.
There's a ground ball to second base. Cano. And there's 2 away. Let's take a look at the Yankees defensively. In the outfield, you've got Matsui in left, Cabrera with 9 outfield assists in center, and Abreu over and right. In the infield, it's A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Phillips. That's third to first. Posada behind the plate. Andy Pettitte is on the mound. And the pitch to B.J. Upton is a strike. 7 for 15 against the Yankees. He has a 4-game hitting streak, 8 for 19 during that time. He is having his breakout season. Check swing. Did he go? No. Said Laz Diaz. Check that. Wally Bell at first. Swing and a miss. Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. A dominant first inning for Andy Pettitte. He strikes out B.J. Upton. The Devil Rays go down in order. Pettitte rings up 2 Ks. And a 1-2-3 inning against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay nothing, and the New York Yankees coming to bat. Lineup, and the Yankees starting lineup is presented by Rico. Red Hot Melky Cabrera in center. He leads off. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, bat second. Batting third, playing right field, Bobby Abreu. Alex Rodriguez having a magical season. The third baseman cleans up. The number 5 hitter, left fielder, Hideki Matsui. An outstanding July for Matsui. Jorge Posada will catch. He'll bat 6, batting 7. Playing second base, Robinson Cano. Andy Phillips at first base will hit 8th, batting 9th. DHing the rookie, Shelley Duncan.
And on the mound for the Devil Rays is James Shields. You see his numbers this year. Their number 2 pitcher behind Scott Kazmir. Will be the toughest starter that the Yankees face. You see his numbers, very respectable. Good hits to innings ratio, 142 2/3 innings, 130 hits. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitcher scout report. Time for a change. He's got a very good changeup. Didn't pitch well against the Yankees down in Tampa 2 starts ago, but he's got a very good changeup. Look out for that. Ground ball pitcher. He throws a lot of ground balls, gets a lot of double plays, and shields the run. Over his last 17 starts, only 1 stolen base.
And the pitch to Cabrera is upstairs, 1-0. Melky 8 hits in his last 23 at bats. He has the average up to 280 overall. He has taken the center field job and grabbed it. Pitch is outside from Shields, and it's 2-0. and it's 3-0. And a strike. And the pitch. And the count goes to 3-2. Shields 3-4 with a 4.61 ERA and 8 starts this year against teams over 500. That would be the Yankees, who are 50-46. Under 500 teams, he's 5-1, 3.48. And he starts off inauspiciously with a walk to Cabrera.
Especially for a guy, James Shields, he doesn't walk very many in 125 innings this year. He's only got 30. Oh, that's not right. He's a guy that puts the ball in play. He's got 21 walks in 142 innings. So even better walk to inning ratio. And for Melky Cabrera, that's a good sign for him leading off and helping his on-base percentage, and maybe a possibility of leading off more with taking pitches.
Derek Jeter, 7 for his last 19. He digs in, hitting .332 overall. Well, Shields' body language right at the beginning, not that good. He's delivering a pitch and kind of shrugging in front of the mound and falling off the front of it. Doesn't seem like he's feeling real good about things right now. Joe Madden could not have felt too good about yesterday's game. A doubleheader sweep. Yankees won the first game 7-3, and then they won the second game 17-5, pounding out 20 hits. Must have been a sleepless night for Jim Hickey, the pitching coach. Not much he could do with the pitchers they're bringing in. We remarked yesterday, everybody that comes in from the bullpen for the Devil Rays has an ERA of 6+, some of them 7.
Mentioned Shields not looking comfortable. I mentioned the walks, 21 walks, 142 innings. That's third best in the American League, only 1.3 walks per 9. So this is an unusual start for James Shields.
He's all over the place. And you see the body language I'm talking about, Al. He doesn't even want the ball back right away. He's kind of turning his back on Navarro, just delivering the ball and seeming like this is not where he wants to be at this moment.
Well, the first inning is a tempo setter for any starting pitcher, and depending upon how his warm-ups were, it's a groove kind of feeling, and you know what's working, what's not, what's the umpire going to call.
Fly ball right center. B.J. Upton had him played perfectly. Lopes over to make the play. 1 out. Let's take a look at the entire Devil Rays defensive schematic. In the outfield, you've got Johnny Gomes in left, B.J. Upton in center, and Delman Young is over in right. Upton with 4 outfield assists in 17 games, and he picked up 1 yesterday with Cano trying to stretch a single into a double. In the infield, Uemura, Harris, Wilson, and Pena. Third to first, Navarro behind the plate, and Shields is on the mound. Here's Bobby Abreu. Bobby with 7 hits in his last 18 at-bats. This season, the one thing that stands out about Abreu is he's been like the little girl with the curl. He's either been very, very good or very, very bad. Hickey sees something with Shields as well because he's quickly out to the mound. And finishing up on Abreu, there has been no middle ground. There's no gray area. He's been awful or he's been on fire. And right now he seems like he's on fire again, and the Yankee wins 364, 157 in losses. Now, what could be wrong with Shields, Al?
Who knows how his warm-up went? I mean, you made a good point. His last start against the Angels was very good after a start against the Yankees where he only went 6 innings and gave up 6 runs in his previous start. 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits. He threw 107 pitches, so it wasn't a lot of pitches. Who knows? But, you know, it is unusual, and for Hickey to come out, here's a guy 3rd best walks per 9 in the American League. He's had 3 walks in his last 53 innings.
And he walked Cabrera. He fell behind Jeter 3-0. Now he's fallen behind Abreu 1-0. There's a strike. You have to wonder how difficult it is to pitch on a bad team. Now, Al, you were lucky enough for most of your career to be on good teams, but you had that occasional season where a team wasn't good. And James Shields has had a good year, and you have to go out there and pitch your best, but there's got to be a mindset, too, when every game it seems like the team's getting hammered.
Well, and I would add to that, you're right, Michael, but I would add, most of the time, a team that loses as often as the Tampa Bay Devil Rays had, this is their possible ninth consecutive year of losing season. 10 consecutive years. This is their 10th season.
1-1. Popped up. The shortstop Harris with the call.
But you could only, it would be a young team. If you were a young pitcher trying to establish yourself as a major leaguer, which is really the only way you could accept that. You would accept it by saying, I'm going to become a bona fide pitcher, even though it's in Tampa Bay and it's a team that loses a lot, and then hopefully you get traded and move on to a winning team. A veteran player to come here who's had success, it would be extremely difficult knowing that you're going to lose most every night.
Here's Alex Rodriguez. Most nights this year have been unbelievable for him. The nightcap yesterday, 3 hits, 2 doubles, a home run, his 33rd, his 497th of his career. This has been Alex's most difficult month batting average-wise. And he takes a strike from Shields. And the count 1-1. .355 in April, .235 in May, .406 in June, and the 3 hits in the second game yesterday got him up to .227 in July. Ground ball left side, backhanded by Harris. The throw to second is in time. They just got Cabrera with the force for the final out of the first inning. So Shields didn't look great, but he still works a scoreless first inning. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. We go to the second, no score. upcoming schedule. After the game, the Yankees get on a plane to go to Kansas City. They begin an 8-game road trip. 4 in Kansas City, all the games at 8 o'clock, all of the games on Yes. And then they head to Baltimore Friday at 7 o'clock on my night. That includes the completion of the suspended game from June 28th and then the regularly scheduled game, both of them on my 9. Saturday back to Yes at 7, and then Sunday at 1 o'clock also on Yes. Yankees up 8-6, 1 out in the top of the 8th inning in that suspended game. Pena hits one deep to right field. There it goes. See ya! Solo home run into the upper deck, and Tampa Bay takes a 1-0 lead. That is his 23rd home run of the year. 64th ribby.
Well, especially here at Yankee Stadium. First pitch curveball, I believe. Yep, it's a curveball. You see middle of the plate. And Pena is having some year in Tampa Bay. Carlos Pena. A couple years ago with Detroit, he had 27 home runs. He has shown legitimate power in the big leagues off and on.
Delman Young lines a single to center field. So Andy Pettitte, who looked so good in the first inning, has thrown 2 pitches here in the second, resulting in a home run and a single.
Stay back. This is a good pitch. Running down and away. This looks like either a 2-seamer or a changeup. Stays in there long enough. Good hitting by Delman Young.
And they have swung at every pitch they've seen so far this inning as Wigington fouls it back.
Well, that's typical of Ty Wigington. He is the notorious first ball fastball hitter, and that's exactly what he got from Andy. Ty Wigington having a good year. Some trade rumor talks about Ty.
Does not have a great on-base percentage, though, at .330. And you would wonder, one of the rumors is that he's coming to New York. The Yankees look for players that have high on-base percentages, and how would he fit into the whole scheme with a .330?
And Melky Cabrera, .333, leading off today for the Yankees.
And that's one of his negatives, as he learns the strike zone and tries not to be as aggressive, be a bit more patient at the plate. I mean, you want an on-base percentage in the high 300s or low 400s, or if you're Barry Bonds, in the 500s.
Good on-base percentage for major league players, about 380. That would be very good.
That would be good. 400 is very good. The 0-2. Check swing. He did not go. And the count 2-2. In his last 3 starts, Andy Pettitte has drawn the short straw. He's faced Cologne, Shields, and Halladay. But the Yankees have won all 3 of those games, so that's cool with him. And now he's facing Shields again. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Wigington down on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Pettitte, first out of the 2nd.
Just watching Andy early on, he's got the patented cut fastball, but you see that there, that's a little bit bigger break to his cutter, and it's a true slider. Ty Wigington sees that ball out over the plate. He thinks it's about thigh high, and it just keeps breaking down and in. Such the effectiveness of a cutter that Andy's thrown so well over the years, and Mariano Rivera. Because out of the hand, it looks like a fastball. It's got the spin of a fastball, but it cuts. And hitters have to commit. You only have about a half a second on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball to decide whether it's a strike or a ball, and whether you want to swing or not.
Who taught you your cutter?
It started with Gator. Gator helped me when I first was with the Yanks, and then Righetti. And then it just evolved from really a true slider, because I held my slider like Ron Guidry did, and Gator told Righetti, even Sparky Lyle.
Gator being Ron Guidry.
Ron Guidry, yeah. And then it just evolved to a cutter. I just started overthrowing it, and it was a great pitch. A cutter, if a cutter thrown properly, it's, I won't say unhittable, but nearly.
I think that's what turned Andy Pettitte's career around. Now, he was a good pitcher. When he first came up, he featured a fastball and a changeup. But when he went to the cutter, I think it took him to another level.
Hitter, you see a lot of emergency swings because they think they're getting a fastball, and then that late movement, as so many Yankee fans have seen Mariano Rivera do it over the years.
Now, what's the difference, Al, between the cutter and the slider? Does the slider have more of a diagonal downward movement?
Yes, the slider, well, in Andy's case, from the center field shot, you'll see it from 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock on the hands of a clock. And a cutter is a little shorter. You'd see it even like flatter and tighter.
So it's from 3 to 9?
Yeah, say a little bit shorter, 3 to 9. That's a cutter there. But mostly because of the spin on the ball and the rotation. It looks like a fastball. Sliders have a little dot. You'll say, hitters will say they see a dot. Cutters, you don't see a dot. It's a fastball and it cuts.
Today's closed captioning brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealers. Posada goes out and talks. Why don't more people throw cutters? Is it tough on the arm? Was it tough to throw? Is it tough to master?
I guess it's tough to master, but I don't know. I think it's a fantastic pitch, and I think more pitchers should throw it. It's a fastball that cuts, and you know it really isn't that difficult. Where pitchers get in a tough time with the cutter is that they want it to do too much, and they're going to try to spin it or get too much break. And it's really the offset of where you put your hand on the ball, and think fastball. It's a great pitch.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 4 for Andy Pettitte.
Well, he expanded the zone on a very good, aggressive fastball hitter in Johnny Gomes. You see that's a backdoor curveball. Andy Pettitte get on top of the ball. You see his hand come down through. And that's what you do when you get ahead of aggressive hitters like Johnny Gomes. This is a good shot right here. You see. And that pitch there, it's a pitch that you try to backdoor it on the corner enough to where you're an aggressive enough hitter like Johnny Gomes is, and you want the commitment as he did.
There's the strike. I was asking you about the cutter, Al, because just watching the parade of pitchers come in for Tampa Bay last night, they throw hard, and the ball was going out just as hard. Why not put a little cut on?
Well, you know, easier said than done. There's a comfort level. There's a certain amount of pride in, you know, hey, I've gotten this far. You know, I'll figure it out. I got the stuff that I believe can get major hitters out.
Right back to Pettitte. So a shaky beginning to the inning, but he gets out of it. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left. But the first pitch of the inning, a breaking ball hung up in the zone, and Carlos Pena connected for his 23rd home of the year. 1-0 Tampa Bay. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Internet and phone. The Rocket takes the mound in Kansas City. He's 2-4 with a very representative ERA of 3.88. And Odalis Perez goes for the Royals 5-8, 5.84. Our coverage on Yes begins at 7:30 with the pregame show, 8 o'clock. Really 8:05 is the first pitch. There's a rocket. You know, so much was made about the quote family plan. And you know, on my radio show, I made a lot about it as well. The guy hasn't missed a game, has not missed one game, has been here every single day, been on every road trip, even when he's not pitching. So I guess it was much ado about nothing. Pitch to Matsui is upstairs 1-0.
And that surprises you?
Well, you know, because in Houston he did miss some trips where he didn't pitch, but he has not missed one trip, and there have been trips that he did not pitch. That one is drilled deep to right. Going back young, looking up. See ya! Another home run for Hideki Matsui, and the Yankees have tied the game at 1.
Well, his nickname in Japan was Godzilla, and of late he's been hitting that way. For his 17th home run, Matsui is locked in, and with what A-Rod has been showing and the middle of the order just having depth, for Matsui to be able to have the capability to carry a lineup as he can, it's a big boost for this Yankee lineup.
In his last 17 games, including this one, he's 22 for 66 at .333, 9 homers and 16 runs batted in. And he's one ahead of Ryan Howard for the most home runs in the bigs since July 4th. And Jorge Posada dunks one into left center field for a base hit. So the identical start to the bottom of the second as Andy Pettitte had for James Shields here.
And for Jorge, he hasn't had a whole lot of success against Shields. 182 batting average lifetime. This, you see this ball, it's a sinking fastball. It's ends up being down the middle and jammed Jorge enough, but he's so strong he's able to get it far enough in the outfield. You see where B.J. Upton was playing a little bit to slight pull. A hit's a hit in the box score when you hit him like that.
Posada 10 for his last 23 now. There's Robinson Cano. 13 for his last 28. There's a strike. Cano in this series is 7 for 12, and his average is at 285 now, so slowly climbing up to that 300 level. He really had a rough start to his season. Dug himself a big hole, but here he is at 285. This could be a double play. There's one, and there's two. A 6-4-3 double play. 2 out. Samsung's Four Seasons of Hope and Joe Torre have teamed up to make a difference in the community. For every Yankees home run hit at home this year, Samsung will donate $1,000 to Joe Torre's Safe at Home Foundation to help end the cycle of domestic violence. You can join the team and support Samsung's home runs for kids by visiting fourseasonsofhope.com or joetorre.org, because a little hope can make a big difference. Thanks to Matsui, $11,000. 11 Yankee Stadium home runs. There's Andy Phillips with a strike. Grounded foul. Phillips has been on fire of late. 8 for his last 21. Average at .313. Certainly trying to make it tough if the Yankees do decide to go out and get a first baseman, or maybe make general manager Brian Cashman's resolve a bit stronger and not give up as much if somebody is looking to make a huge haul if the Yankees trade for a first baseman.
Not only what Andy Phillips has done with his bat, he's really come up with some key hits, and he just gave the stats on how he's been swinging the bat well, but really playing a great first base. The
1-2. Grounded to third. Iwamura gobbles it up. A across the Pena, and that will do it. So mirror second innings in the top and the bottom. Top of the first, Pena leads off with a home run. Top of the second, I mean. And then Matsui in the bottom of the second with a home run. We go to the third. It's 1-1. We go to the top of the third inning, and there is a strike to Josh Wilson from Andy Pettitte. And the count 0-1. Wilson, 7-game hitting streak, 9 for 22. And a ground ball to second. Cano gobbles it up. And there's one away.
Third baseman,
Here's Iwamura. He struck out in the first inning. Swings at the first pitch and grounds it foul. Andy Phillips tried to stay fair and catch the ball, but Iwamura is probably still thinking about yesterday. He got robbed 3 times. That was the first pitch of the game. Then in the second inning, an unbelievable diving play by Johnny Damon. Then late in the game with Melky Cabrera in center field, another full body dive. We had that bad dreams about that, Al. That is awful. Those are 3 outstanding plays. Count 0-2. When you were pitching and your defense made a play like that behind you, you probably felt badly for the hitter, right?
Badly for the hitter? Oh, you kidding me? I thought you meant like buy a dinner for my outfield.
And Iwamura goes down on strikes. 5th strikeout for Pettitte.
You know, they say it all evens out. Hitters will complain that line drives, you know, they hit more line drives than they get bloop singles, and pitchers will complain of the opposite. But you've given up so many broken bat singles and, you know, little bloop doubles for RBIs. And so anytime there was spectacular play behind you and there was a line drive, that's a beautiful thing if you're the pitcher.
Now, other than that, you know, obligatory glove connection and the high five, I mean, do you actually sit down next to the guy in the dugout and go, thanks? I sit up the middle. You have?
Yes. Look, it's, you know, you say it, it's their job, and they're making that effort. Those are 2 fantastic efforts last night. Let's take a look at Brandon Harris. Good looking hitter.
Not a bad pitch.
Very good pitch. This ball's actually looks like a backdoor cutter, and you see where Jorge set up outside in the ball. Yeah, that's a backdoor cutter. Ball end up down in the zone. Brendan Harris, good looking young hitter from Albany, New York.
Like when Robin Ventura would make a nice play at third for you, you'd say, thank you, Robin.
Thank you, Robin. It's Kate Bettman. Robin Ventura, he made a lot of great plays for me.
And that's what your third baseman's important for you.
Just like Eddie Pettitte, that 5-6 hole, because you're going to throw a lot of pitches on the inside part of the plate to the right-handers. Although Andy's showing more two-seamers away, backdoor cutters, backdoor curveballs, which is what you need to do when you evolve as an older pitcher and your velocity lessens a little bit. You got to utilize both sides of the plate much more. Here's a changeup.
How about Upton against the Yankees coming into this game? Against the Yankees this year, 18 for 37, 486, 4 homers and 13 runs batted in. So Pettitte struck him out in the first inning.
Back-to-back changeups, and in this series, in the first night, he hit 2 home runs. Bombed first left field upper deck off of Messina, then later in the game off Posada. Both fastballs, and then against Agawa again fastball. And you don't think Andy Pettitte was watching and taking notes and knowing what it takes to get this guy out? He's throwing him a couple off-speed pitches here.
Strike.
2 changeups away, gets in a fastball count, throws him a cutter inside.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Yankees and Devil Rays tied at 1, top of the third. The 2-2 hit sharply right at A-Rod. He'll go across the diamond, and that'll do it for the final out of the third inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the third, 1-1. That was violent. I hope Kim's okay. Leading off for the Yankees in a 1-1 game will be the rookie Shelley Duncan. Duncan and his brother Chris, along with the Hairston brothers, are the only siblings playing in baseball right now that had their fathers play in the big leagues as well. So there's something to being around ballparks. There's something to having the right genes, I guess. You think it helps when kids are around the ballpark?
Oh, absolutely. Think of the experience that Shelley had. I guess his most memorable years when his father, Dave Duncan, the pitching coach with the Cardinals, was with the Oakland A's. I know we're making some fun and jokes with his high fives and forearm bashes, but there's no doubt about it. Kid growing up around Major League Baseball, what an experience.
Ken Griffey Jr. obviously grew around the game.
The Boones.
As Duncan goes down on strikes. Is that one of your regrets, that your son will not be able to grow up, around the game as you being an active player?
No, he remembers a little bit at the end, but I thought it would have been cool to play with my brother Mark. He played with like 7 different major league teams, and we were just always just off a little bit. In 2001, he was in spring training with me with the Mets, and ended up getting traded at the end of spring to Colorado.
Cabrera with a base hit, and he's going to go for 2. Delman Young fires it, but wide of the bag. A double for Melky Cabrera. You know, the Devil Rays are playing so deep, and Melky runs hard out of the box.
Also, too, you look where B.J. Upton is on the left center field there, and you're exactly right, Michael. That's a true gapper, deep. He cuts it off. He's got a great arm, but right out of the box, Melky Cabrera was aware that this is a right center field shot. Watch him bust. This is going to be a double. You get a double out of the box on a ground ball to right center field is because of what you do out of the box, not how you turn it on somewhere between first and second base. Good aggressive base running.
Here's Derek Jeter. He flew out to Upton. That was in the first inning. And the count 1-0.
Joe Madden, the manager of Tampa Bay, has always been very creative. You see how far right center? That's about as far right center as I've seen a center fielder play Derek Jeter. Granted, that's his swing. He likes to hit right center, but
driven the other way.
Joe Madden, the manager of Tampa Bay Devil Rays, has got a creative, kind of a progressive mind for baseball thinkers. He was actually experimented with Big Papi. He brought the third baseman out to left field last year and had 4 outfielders in their position. But you'll see today, if we get this shot, that B.J. Upton he'll just roam left and right from the first pitch on, depending upon a scout report and a spray chart.
Melky goes. No throw, stolen base.
Well, James Shields, up until that stolen base in his last 17 starts, only had 1 stolen base, but that was probably mostly from first to second. You got a runner at second base. You have to be, as a pitcher, pay attention to him. Clearly, they were not. The middle infielders were not jockeying or trying to keep Melky from not going to third base. A great stolen base. Runner at first base, sacrifice flies, a run score.
8 stolen bases for Cabrera now. He's been caught twice. Infield is in for Jeter. And the count 3-1. And he walks him. And that'll bring up Bobby Abreu with runners on the corners and 1 out.
Not a terrible pitch or a bad walk for James Shields and the Devil Rays. You got Derek Jeter in a 3-1 fastball count. You see Shields, he walked him with a slider, but now you take your chances. The infield was in with Jeter's at bat. Now they're at double play depth. James Shields with his sinker changeup repertoire, he throws a lot of ground balls.
I'd love to get Abreu to bang into the double play. Ground ball up the middle, a base hit. That'll score a run. Jeter will stop at second. An RBI single for Abreu, and the Yankees take a 2-1 lead.
Well, Shields got the ground ball, but it was a hard line drive, nearly hit his glove up the middle. Shields obviously wanted that. Good swing, line drive swing up the middle. You'd see Derek Jeter, if we carry this, B.J. Upton's got a strong arm, was a shortstop. He was actually clocked 90 miles an hour from throwing from short to first base. He nearly picked off Derek Jeter at second. B.J. Upton's idol, favorite player growing up was Derek Jeter. That's why he wears number 2.
Abreu with his 55th ribby, and that'll bring up Alex Rodriguez with 2 runners on. Strike. Count quickly 0-2. And Shields deals. Line drive, base hit. Jeter will round third. He's coming home. Moving to third is Abreu. A big turn by A-Rod. Ball gets away. Now A-Rod will go to second. It's an RBI single for Alex Rodriguez. His 97th ribby of the season. And the Yankees have a 3-1 lead.
Well, when you're hot, you're hot. This is on an 0-2 pitch. Alex Rodriguez is sizzling. I don't know how much better he's felt in the past, but he's certainly feeling great right now. See this overthrow. Actually, Wilson just missed it. Good base running by Alex. Always keeping your head up. You can't assume that plays are going to be made and thrown to the proper bases and the right people are going to catch it. See Alex seeing stop, and then there it goes. Josh Wilson just flat out missed that ball. These are mistakes that Tampa Bay cannot make in order to try to win this ball game.
They do give the E4 to allow Alex Rodriguez to go to second. And that's Wilson's 8th error of the year. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Now second and third, they have to keep the infield back. They don't want a ball to squeeze through and score 2. And the pitch to Matsui is a strike. Matsui with a home run in the second. Slow roller toward third. The play is at home, and Abreu is out. Nice play by Iwamura. So Matsui reaches on the fielder's choice. Rodriguez advances to third.
Well, just a slow topper. Iwamura makes a nice play. Looked like he just threw a... Oh, nice job by Navarro just blocking the plate. There was no chance of Bobby Abreu getting home plate there unless he barreled him over. He elected to slide. There's no room. As a base runner, you have to decide whether you are going to try to barrel over the catcher or slide in. And when you see the catcher come in the way Navarro did, there's no chance of getting home plate if you slide.
Well, you don't want to hurt another player, but the catcher has the shin guards. You're going to slide in, you could hurt your ankle. You're going to go in head first, you could hurt your shoulder or your head. The only thing to do is bowl over the catcher.
If they're covered home plate, the only way to put your foot on home plate is to try to barrel them over. Catchers know that. They're taught to be out in front of home plate. They're somewhere in this area, and then they come back to the base path. Some catchers choose to just stand there like Socha used to do.
The 1-0 to Posada. High fly ball right field. It's in the park. Delmon Young is there, and he'll make the play for the final out of the inning. Well, the Yankees end up scoring 2 runs, but it started by building a single run. Melky Cabrera hits what should have been a single, but he stretches it into a double. He steals third, and then he scores on Bobby Abreu's single. To go to the 4th, 3-1 Yanks. The Aflac trivia question. Luis Vizcaino won both ends of the doubleheader yesterday. Who was the last Yankee to accomplish this feat? Now, I know this answer, so I'm not even going to try to give hints. I know for sure.
I have no clue.
Okay, we'll find out in the bottom of the 4th. You'll have a clue. It'll be something you will commit to memory. Oh, yeah. I said it. Pena swings and misses.
That's the clue?
No.
Oh.
There's no clue. I'll give you a little clue. The guy who did it before Vizcaino ended up being traded for one of the most valuable Yankees of their championship teams in the 70s.
No chance for me.
Really?
Nope.
It'll all crystallize in one inning. A half inning. Stay tuned. Pena just over the leaping try of Cano for a base hit.
Well, this is just good hitting. You see where Posada's set up? This ball is going down and away. It's a slider. And Pena went down and got it. Just out of the reach of Robbie Cano. Sometimes as a pitcher, you just chalk it up as there's a guy with a bat in the major leagues, and they're good too. And they hit good pitches.
Another guy who just hit a good pitch, and that one right in front of Matsui, trying to get the force at second, but Pena gets there in time. Base hit for Delmon Young. So Andy Pettitte has had a hard time navigating Pena and Young.
Bear hands this ball because of his aggressive approach. Pena had to be semi-aware that if he caught it, he had to be able to get back to first base. That's why it was somewhat of a close play at second. Good play from Matsui to grab in his hand.
The pitch to Wigington is a strike.
You know, when I see different stats, but Andy Pettitte has won 11 consecutive decisions against Tampa Bay. He's got the highest winning percentage of any pitcher's ever pitched against that franchise. You know, there are so many different players over the last 10 years, 9 years. Well, Andy was in the National League for a couple of years. That
soft ground ball to first. Phillips gets the force at second. Nice play by Phillips, and Wigington reaches on the fielder's choice. You can see Phillips has a lot of faith in his arm.
He does, and not to be afraid. You know, not too many first basemen make good, strong, accurate throws. Oh boy, that went right under Delman Young's sleeve. You see it? For Derek, watch this. It goes under Delman Young's left sleeve. Just nicks his sleeve for Derek. Derek was blocked out on that. That's a very tough catch for Derek. Ideal if he had a little more time, and he's thinking double play. Andy Pettitte's busted over to first base to do a 3-6-1 double play, is to get a little further into the infield grass to get a better angle for Derek to see the ball.
Almost had Wigington picked off. Big cut by Gomes.
That's my point about having the best winning percentage. You face different hitters in the lineup over several years. Of course, players move to different teams, but there's some kind of comfort level of knowing that you've had success against that given team. Even though there's different bodies in the fabric and the uniform of the marks and logos of the team that you've done well against, or not. Andy certainly has felt very comfortable against Tampa Bay, obviously, with that tremendous record.
Shattered bat. Foul ball.
Bats used to shatter. They explode and break in half now. I believe that's probably a maple wood bat. Used to be ash. They used to splinter. How often do you see now games where they just explode the bats?
First and third, one out. Top of the fourth, 3-1 Yankees. Now, you always make light of the fact you weren't a great hitter. Did you ever get the chance to break a bat as a hitter?
Not like that, but yeah. A little shatter.
Yeah?
But most of the time, you're right, Michael. I pretty much swung and missed at nearly every pitch that was thrown to me. It's true.
It's hard to break a bat that way.
A lot of holes in those bats.
Now, why weren't you a good hitter? Because obviously you were a good athlete. You had great hand-eye coordination. How could you not?
Why would you assume I had great hand-eye coordination?
You pitched in the major leagues for 25 years, 30 years.
I threw a cutter, as my old teammate Mark Johnson used to say, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God." You know what? We had a batting cage on the side of our house growing up, and there were many coaches that said, "What do you guys exactly do in that batting cage?"
That's strike three. Johnny Gomes down looking. 2 away.
Set it up with this fastball inside. This is where Andy Pettitte really, what I'm watching this year with Andy Pettitte over the years is that he's grown to understand both sides of the plate. He backdoored Gomes on a couple backdoor cutters, sliders, get some depth to it, and then busted that fastball in. Great pitching sequence. using his changeup more.
Navarro with a grand slam in Friday's game. Devil Rays won that one 14-4. That was against Edouard Ramirez. Ramirez was sent down for Matt DeSalvo to get on the roster to start yesterday's game, and Matt DeSalvo was sent down before this game to get Sean Hannon to the bullpen. So the Yankees mixing and matching. The 2-0. Count 3-0. And the tougher Josh Wilson is on deck.
Well, a day-night doubleheader doesn't help as far as trying to mix and match. So you see Andy Pettitte's pitch count, very good ball-strike ratio. 36 strikes, 14 balls. 50 pitches is okay.
And he walks Navarro on his 51st pitch. So the bases are loaded.
Well, sometimes you're just off. You know, you nail sequences and you pitch lights out, and then you miss a couple fastballs, get some bad counts, and then you, as a pitcher, decide, you know, do I want to come into this guy or should I continue to go for corners? And if he doesn't swing at my pitch, I'll go to the next guy. Seems as though that's what Andy Pettitte chose to do in that 2-0-3-0 count.
So Josh Wilson with a ground ball to second. That came in the third.
Andy looking in there, wants that pitch. Wally Bell's a type of umpire, I wouldn't call him a pitcher's umpire, but you see Pettitte wanted that ball inside, and Posada had his glove set up inside, and he caught the ball what looked like middle of the plate, but Wally Bell's not an umpire that's going to call a strike if it's not thrown in the area where he tried to throw it.
Count 1-1. Since the All-Star break, Josh Wilson hitting .391 with 10 ribbies. Overall .301 with 13 ribbies. And the 1-1 pitch. Missed outside, 2-1. Big moment in the game right here. Bases loaded with Devil Rays. Yankees have a 3-1 lead. Andy Pettitte's trying to hold on to that lead. (2-1). And the count is even at 2-2.
Pettitte wanted to talk to Posada, make sure he's on the same page. When you get the same runner at second base after one, you go through your pitch sequence. You just want to make sure that you're on the same page. You don't have to shake him off. Go through the sequence again. Ty Wigginton now has been at second base for several pitches. Andy's gotten back into the count with his fastball. This is a good opportunity for him to drop this curveball down there.
Fouled away.
Backdoor slider.
Two-two. Grounded up the middle and through for a base hit. That is going to tie the game. A 2-run single for Josh Wilson, and it's a 3-3 contest.
Well, Josh Wilson batting .300 for a reason. This is a backdoor slider. You see where it ends up going. That's about outer half down in the zone. But Derek Jeter, you see where he plays, always slight pull. That's a lot of room for him to make up going to Derek's left. Derek's comfort spot, especially with Andy Pettitte. Andy Pettitte likes to throw inside a lot, and that's the danger of backdooring a breaking ball or backdooring the slider, as Andy Pettitte has been doing with his right-handed batter if Derek Jeter's playing in the hole.
And Iwamura swings at the first pitch and grounds it to Phillips. He beats him to the bag, and that'll do it. But the damage has been done for Andy Pettitte. The walk to Navarro very large. 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 left. Go to the bottom of the 4th, 3-3. Aflac trivia question. Luis Vizcaino won both ends of the doubleheader yesterday. Who was the last Yankee to accomplish that feat? The answer is Lindy McDaniel. Now, the clue I gave you, Lindy McDaniel was traded to the Kansas City Royals for Lou Piniella. And Lou Piniella became a huge part of the 77 and 78 Yankee team. Robinson Cano with another base hit down the right field line. Delman Young digs it out of the corner. Hey, Cano's going for 3. The throw is way offline. It's a leadoff triple for Robinson Cano.
Robbie, first pitch, jumping on Shields. You see just past Pena at first. Delman Young, I don't know if he got tied up in right field there. Let's take a look at Robbie right out of the box. He's busting. Now watch here. Right about here, he picks up Larry Bowa, and Larry Bowa is waving him. And Delman Young missed all of the cutoff players. See here, no, he picked it up cleanly, and he just airmailed it. You see the line of the cutoffs and Wilson and Harris.
Strangely, they don't bring in the infield. They brought in the infield the last time with a runner at 3rd and 1 out. Maybe it's because there's nobody out, but they're giving up a run. Well, it gets through anyway. A base hit for Andy Phillips. And RBI. Yankees take a 4-3 lead.
Well, with the infield in, Major League average goes up 100 points. And my only guess with the infield back would be that Tampa Bay having the game at 3-3, and you see Andy Phillips getting a hanging slider just past the reach of Brandon Harris.
So Cano, who has been on fire in this homestand with a triple and a run scored to take back the lead for the Yankees. Here's Shelley Duncan. Shelley Duncan hit his first major league home run in the first game yesterday, and his brother Chris of the Cardinals was watching, and Shelley told our very own Kimberly Jones that Chris called him and said, I was so pumped up that you hit a home run. I said, I got to go out and hit one too, and he hit a home run last night against the Braves. And Shelley said that's a day that we'll both always remember. And here is that home run. Had 25 home runs for Scranton Wilkes-Barre AAA team, 79 ribbies, 295 average, and he got his first curtain call as well. And then the highlight of the day was he almost broke Kim Jones's arm on the postgame show, which we all found very entertaining because he was very aggressive after the home run with his high fives and his forearm bashes, and almost took off Andy Phillips' head with a head slap. There's a strike. And then on our on-field interview right after the game.
All right, one last thing before I let you go. Give me a high five like I'm in the dugout. Oh, wow. I asked for it, Michael.
Wow, that was violent. I hope Kim's okay. She is okay. There's a strike. Now, one thing that people aren't noticing about that replay, if you look, he was loading up to give her a really hard high five, but he had the presence of mind. He had the left hand hold Kim on her right arm so she wouldn't fall back. Very smart, very gentlemanly. We'll illustrate that a little bit later on.
Please do not.
3-2, grounded foul. Let's watch this out right here. See, he's right there. He's grabbing her arm so she doesn't fall back. Now you can see the hair flew back on Kim, so it was a violent collision, but he would not let her fall. It's a gentleman.
Okay,
he's brought up the right way by Dave Duncan and family. 3-2, and he walks. Joe Madden is going to have a talk. He's calling in his infield as well. Usually he sends out Jim Hickey. Jim Hickey's legs probably have shin splints after this series. He's gone out to the mound so much. So Madden, I don't know if this is a pep talk for the team. Why would you call the infield in now?
Well, he's anticipating a bunt here from Melky Cabrera, so he wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. And I said about Joe Madden being creative, he's a guy that was a player development guy with the Angels for years. Good baseball guy, good baseball mind, and very progressive in his thinking. Who knows? Maybe he's got some kind of dipsy-doodle bunt play that we haven't seen, and he wants to make sure that everybody's aware of what they need to do and where they need to be.
You think it's a sure thing he's going to bunt here? They have the lead. Well, he's been on fire.
You bring in your third baseman for a meeting with the pitcher. It doesn't make sense unless you're going to talk about something defensively in the infield.
That's a pitch inside.
See Melky square. Now this is another aspect of Melky's game. If he's going to be a leadoff batter, that you're going to need to bunt. He's not a home run guy, and this is an aspect of his game that he needs to execute and be good at.
And the bunt kicks foul. Now Melky's been a pretty good bunter. My thought was, Al, was it a sure thing the Yankees would ask him to bunt? You see he attempted to right here because he has been one of their hottest hitters and they already have the lead. I don't know. I mean, I might have let him swing away.
Well, first and second, nobody out. You got Jeter, Abreu, A-Rod, Matsui. You can't get any hotter than those four guys. And this is the part of the small ball that when you are facing a quality major league pitcher that you need to do to execute and win the tight ball game.
Well, now with 2 strikes, let's see if they keep the bunt on. They did yesterday with Nieves.
James Shields is a good pitcher. He's not certainly a top echelon guy in all of baseball, but nothing against Edwin Jackson, Jason Hamill, or J.P. Howell, but the 3 previous games, this is the best pitcher that the Yankees have seen. Need to do the right things against a quality pitcher to win games.
And they let him swing in a ground ball to Iwamura. They get one on to first, not in time. Duncan went in hard at second base.
Good play by Iwamura, and even better, the transfer from Wilson. This is a very quick transfer and nearly got the speedy Melky Cabrera at first.
Ooh, he really went in hard.
Good thing for Wilson's sake that he went right through his wickets. He'd have flattened Wilson at second. Go right between the legs.
Wilson might have had some word for him because Shelley Duncan had some words with Wilson there for a second. You can see Wilson's talking about that.
Well, it was a late slide. And a late slide is more dangerous for Duncan.
It's a late slide, though, Albert. It's right over the bag.
That's right. So long as you're within reach of the bag.
And he didn't come up on him. He stayed down.
That's borderline real late.
The fake to third, fake to first. I don't know what was being said there. A smile on Wilson's face, but maybe that belies what he's actually saying. Slid the other way. It is a base hit for Derek Jeter. Inside out swing. Phillips scores. Cabrera goes to third, an RBI single for Jeter, and the Yankees lead 5-3.
Well, you can't teach this, folks, this swing. This is a changeup born in on his hands. You see how far he pulls his hands in. His back elbow, this ball was in off the plate, getting enough of the barrel and far enough to the outfield. Just phenomenal. You talk about hand-eye coordination. His hands pull in, slicing it, not even driving it that way. He's 385 against James Shields, and that's why Derek Jeter is such a great hitter.
So the Yankees got back the 2 runs that Tampa Bay scored in the top of the 4th inning. Looking for more, though. Runners on the corners with just 1 out. Here is Abreu. There's a strike from Shields. Good off-speed pitch, count 0-2. And the pitch. Grounded through the right side for a base hit. Cabrera scores. Jeter will stop at second. It's another RBI single for Abreu, and the Yankees lead 6-3.
Well, the Yankees had 20 hits in the second game last night. They're doing what they did last night. This is an 0-2 curveball. Up enough for Bobby Abreu to get the barrel of the bat, skips through the infield. And when you're hot and you're feeling good about what you're doing at the base, at home plate, you get hits like that and find their ways to the outfield.
First and second with one out. A-Rod's at the plate. He's one swing away from getting 100 RBIs on the season. He's at 97. Picked up a ribby his last time up. 1 for 2. Count 1-0. Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We thank you for spending part of your Sunday afternoon with us. Yankees looking to take 3 out of 4 from Tampa Bay. They lead 6-3 here. The 1-0. There's a strike. Red Sox jump out to a 3-0 lead over the White Sox in the bottom of the first. White Sox just playing very bad baseball right now. They had an inning yesterday where their pitchers threw 60 pitches, I believe, and it was close to, I guess, a 45-minute half inning. The White Sox bullpen has just been abysmal all year. The 2-1. The second game of the doubleheader last night, Jay Watasic had an inning. I think he threw 45 pitches, maybe a little bit more than that. And the Yankees put up a 5 spot, and really the game got out of hand at that point. 46 pitches Al has down. That's a lot for 1 inning. It's a lot for 3 innings. That's a lot for 2 innings.
On average, a good inning for major league pitchers, about 15, 16 pitches.
Runners go. Throw to second is into center field. Jeter scores. Abreu will go to third. Yankees lead 7-3.
Well, on this double steal, Josh Wilson, I don't know whether he was a little gun shy of staying in there because of Shelley Duncan's aggressive slide, but he should have had that ball. This throw is right over the bag. And well, it had a little leak to it, but that's a ball that normally a second baseman would at least knock down. Cost the Devil Rays and Shields a run.
And now they bring the infield in with A-Rod at the plate and Abreu at third. And Joe Madden must be holding his breath about going to that bullpen again. And Alex Rodriguez walks. Looks like Casey Fossum is about to throw. How about this stat? Devil Rays pitchers on the road have a 6.68 ERA. 6.68 on the road. That would be the highest ERA of any team in baseball in the last 50 years. 50 years, 5-0.
Well, we've talked about it the last couple of nights. They all seem to possess good stuff. You know, you talk about guys with stuff, but it's not translating into results. And obviously from here you can't really see what the true problem is, but you would think that there's somebody within this organization. This isn't just this year. Their pitching has been a problem historically for the Devil Rays. sure if they had the answers, they would have already figured it.
Well, they can never figure out what to do on the road. This year, they're 16-31 on the road. And you might say, well, that's awful. Well, you know, they won only 20 games last year on the road. They were 20-61 on the road. And another base hit against Shields. One more run scores. Alex Rodriguez will go to third. RBI single for Matsui. And the Yankees are pouring it on. They lead 8-3.
And also, too, they're hitting, but they're really making good decisions on their base running. Part of it is that B.J. Upton, they're playing so deep. Upton in center and Delman Young in right. You can see where the outfielders have played here at Yankee Stadium because the grass is warm, but they're so deep. And as a pitcher, I mean, he's 10 feet, 15 feet from the warning track, Delman Young. Bloopers in here. There's a lot of hits in here. And as a pitcher, you always accept that if a ball goes over an outfielder's head, but anything in front of them, there's very little chance of these outfielders getting it as far as they are, deep as they are.
Well, Joe Maddon's seen it up. He takes the ball from Shields. He will call on the veteran left-hander Casey Fossum, the only lefty in the bullpen. It'll be Fossum against Posada when we come back. 8-3 Yankees. Another reliever with an ERA that's out of this world. Their ERAs are like cell phone area codes.
New Jersey cell phone.
Yeah.
732.
I
609.
didn't realize, really, was that? Okay.
609, 732.
Some of them are getting to 973. (917)
212.
We're talking cell phone area codes.
Cell phones are 212.
No, they're not. Stop. The count 2-0. Eight 3 Yankees lead. In the bottom of the fourth inning, after the game, the Yankees head to Kansas City. And another base hit. Dunks in front of Gomes. Alex Rodriguez scores. RBI single for Posada. 9-3 Yankees. And the Yankees have batted around. Well, so Posada 2 for 3.
Casey Fossum, who was in the rotation, he's been a starter most of his career as a major leaguer. He was with the Red Sox and here with Tampa Bay. He was taken out of the rotation June 1st. In 10 starts, he was 3-5 with a 7.89.
Here's Cano. He started all this with a triple. Still just one man out. The 10th batter to come to the plate. And the pitch outside, 1-0. Cano is 14 for his last 30. And another base hit. Matsui scores. Posada goes to second. An RBI single for Cano. And the Yankees lead 10-3.
Well, they certainly have done exactly what they did last night with all the hits. You see a very good swing. Robbie Cano's head down on it. That ball's right down the middle. Put a good pass at it. Line drive past the second baseman, Josh Wilson. Nearly took off the head of the second base umpire, John Hirschbeck. And sometimes you see a team score so many runs as the Yankees did last night and banged out a lot of hits, and you hope that they're not flat the next day. And I've always thought, as the pitcher for the next day of a team that scored so many runs and got so many hits, everybody's feeling good about themselves. They did something the night before that has a positive crooked number, and when the mind is right and it meets the body that's feeling good, it's usually good results.
Count 2-0. And there's a strike. Count 2-1 now on Phillips. Phillips earlier this inning with an RBI single. Yankees have 7 on the board. Runners on first and second, still just 1 out. This is the 11th man to come to the plate. Yankees are 6 for 7 with runners in scoring position this inning. And that one gets past Navarro. I'll tell you what, to be dead honest, this is very difficult to watch. This is not good baseball. These pitchers simply do not have the capacity to get out the Yankees. You can say, well, they did on Friday. Well, you know, you almost have to use that as an aberration, because the 3 games that followed, they've been abysmal in their attempts to get the Yankees out.
Friday night, Edwin Jackson pitched a very good game. 6 innings, 4 hits, didn't allow a run.
They pull the infield in again with a 3-2 count on Andy Phillips. The Yankees have pounded out 50 hits this weekend, and we're already in the 4th inning. 20 hits in the second game last night. 12 hits already in this game. Andy Pettitte likes it. Yeah, he's resting for a while, but as Al said, you trade these big innings for a long rest. And they strike out Phillips for the second out. And that'll bring up Shelley Duncan. Duncan struck out and walked. Slow breaking ball. Duncan way out in front. Almost got Larry Boa. With a runner on second and third, Boa is very close to the batter. He's way out of the coach's box, trying to get as close to the plate as possible, and it's dangerous. The 0-1. Big healthy cut. 0-2. He's using Duncan's aggressiveness against him by going off speed with the change.
That's the way Casey Fossen pitches. He has to pitch. He's not a velocity guy, and he's got a good breaking ball, good changeup. Shelley Duncan has shown that he can hit the fastball.
Now it's still 0-2. Andy Pettitte trying to stay loose. Count 1-2.
You know, if there is one downfall to the opportunity to get pitches in, there are some umpires that are sticklers. In long innings like this, I used to get with the catcher. Now here with Posada on base, you get with the backup catcher. I guess now with Molina, say, let's get out there quickly. I want to get some extra throws, more than the prescribed 8 that you're allowed to throw. That's the number in between innings that the Major League allows a pitcher to have, even a starting pitcher between innings. Not obviously a reliever coming in, but also the starters.
2-2. Deep to left. There it goes. See ya. A 3-run home run for the rookie, Shelley Duncan. His second in as many days. And the Yankees are absolutely pounding the Devil Rays. It is now 13-3. And let's see how aggressive Duncan gets in the celebration. And they want another curtain call. Pitch to Cabrera is a strike. Well, he has certainly brought a sense of energy and youthful enthusiasm to this team. And you can see he would not take the curtain call till Mattingly nodded his head and said, go do it. So he certainly knows his place as a rookie, but this crowd seems to have adopted him. Now there's one downside to that. I'm fearful for Kim on the postgame show.
Just not do the whole high five thing. That's a breaking ball that got in the middle inner half part of his sweet spot of his swing, and he crushed it. Get out of here in a hurry too. That was. He's showing the power. He's showing the power at the AA level, and this year in Scranton, AAA. What a story. 6 years in the Yankee minor league farm system, drafted out of University of Arizona. Personality like that, it gets infectious. I don't know how long he'll be here and how successful he'll be, but it's fun to watch. Somebody with that kind of enthusiasm.
This should do it finally. Jeter makes it out, and the Yankees score 10 runs on 8 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. It took 32 minutes to bottom of the 4th inning. Andy Pettitte, a 32-minute rest. No rest for Shelley Duncan. The celebration continues. Well, the Yankees are certainly taking care of business, Bob. 10 runs in the 4th inning. They lead 13-3 as we go to the top of the 5th. Okay, what's Andy Pettitte feeling right now? Obviously, he's happy with the 10 runs, but how does that manifest in a negative way, the 32 minutes?
Well, be aggressive, throw strikes, get ahead.
And the Corona Extra scoreboard, 13-3 Yankees. And there's a base hit for Brendan Harris. You want to be aggressive, throw strikes, and get ahead, but are you feeling stiff, Al? Well, when you sit for 32 minutes?
No, I never. If I got 10 runs in an inning, I'd take that. Well, I wouldn't say every inning because, yeah, you can't wait 30 minutes. But no, there's enough. You can stretch. And if it's really long and there's less than 2 outs, you can go up and put a little heat on your arm and just not a problem. I can't imagine any pitcher who wouldn't take a long inning knowing that you have a comfortable lead of 10 runs.
B.J. Upton fouls it back. Now you wonder what kind of a mindset the Devil Rays are in. Are they just going to go hacking and end the game because they have to move on to Baltimore after the game?
No, these guys are young players that want to impress not only their franchise but also the scouts that are watching. They're major leaguers. Better not be.
Count 1-1. Now the Yankees are officially clocking the bottom of the 4th inning at 29 minutes. We have it at 32. So the Yankee one is the one that's going to be official, although we feel that we're right. How much is Shelley Duncan loving life right now? Count 3-1. The 8 hits, the 10 runs, season highs for the Yankees in an inning for runs and hits, and for runs and hits by an opponent against Tampa Bay. And a walk to Upton. So the 29 or 32 minutes on the bench seem to have adversely affected Pettitte, at least at the start of the 5th, and Posada goes out and talks with his pitcher.
The first baseman, Carlos Pena.
Kevin Long, the hitting coach for the Yankees. I'm sure there's a tremendous history with him. Kevin Long's been in the Yankee minor league farm system. Shelley Duncan's been with the Yankees at various levels for the last 6 years.
Big healthy cut by Pena, who's 2 for 2 against Pettitte.
You mentioned about Tampa Bay. What's their approach? You know, Carlos Pena is a guy that there's scouts that are looking for maybe trading for him, and there's certainly a lot of other guys. We talked about Ty Wigginton, possibility of moving him. These guys are in the batter's box against a very good pitcher in Andy Pettitte. You want to have a good quality of bat. Very difficult in a lopsided game, not only for their approach, but for Andy Pettitte. You know, when you get a big lead, especially if you get behind in the count, you know, the mindset is we'll throw strikes, be aggressive, throw a fastball down the zone, but you know, you don't want it to end up being just you know, fastballs in predictable counts.
Deep drive, left center field. Melky Cabrera coasts back. He's there. He makes the catch. Brandon Harris tags. He'll go to third. Upton heads back to first. Now, Jim Cott used to always talk about this, Al. What would be the harm of Andy Pettitte just throwing fastballs over the plate?
Well, he probably, when I said be aggressive, throw strikes, you know, in a lopsided game, you don't want to walk anybody. He did end up walking B.J. Upton. That's the mindset. You do that to a point. In a game like this, there's no doubt about it. Whether Andy Pettitte goes up, you know, 4 or 5 runs and the Yankees win, you know, 13, whatever the score is, but there's a few more runs. You take the win, of course. You pitch according to the scoreboard, and you do that up to a point. And if he's throwing fastballs down the zone and he continues, you know, he gives up hits, you know, you have to modify that a little bit by using all your pitches. But what Kitty said absolutely makes a lot of sense. Throw strikes, see if they're hitting the ball. Are they putting it in play? Are they hitting it hard? Are you getting outs? And then go from there.
Because Jim used to say when he was a pitching coach with the Reds, he would have his pitchers watch batting practice and say, look, these guys are throwing 68-mile-an-hour fastballs, and everything is not a hit. There are fly balls to the outfield.
All right, so then explain to me 7 ERAs. Explain to me this 13-3 ball game.
Because they're not throwing strikes.
Yes, they are. There's a lot of strikes.
But they're falling behind the count 3-1 all the time.
No, they're not. Posada, 1-1 fastball down in the zone. Matsui, a 0-1 slider. 0-2 pitch, Bobby Abreu, curveball, base hit.
Looper right to Cano. He makes the catch.
Respectfully, I know what Kitty's saying, but you know, for as much as you can watch batting practice, and I see it. I'm in batting practice. I was a pathetic hitter in National League. I used to hit home runs in batting practice. It was fun. Yeah, you hit the ball and make some outs. And I understand that mindset, but you know, when it comes to game time and a good quality hitter, you know, throwing pitches down the middle, that's the very analysis that we talk about. That pitcher's down the middle. He can't throw it there. That ball's up out over the plate. He can't throw it there. So you have to still be mindful of a plate that's 17 inches and throwing for the plate or the corners.
But do you really want to be walking somebody when you're up 13-3?
No, unacceptable. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. When you're up with the disparity the way it is, be mindful of that and be aggressive and put the ball in play. And if they are getting outs, which they do, major league hitters get outs with pitches right down the middle.
Count 0-2. Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We're in the top of the 5th inning. The Yankees leading the Devil Rays 13-3 on a Sunday in New York. The 0-2. Right back to Pettitte. That'll do it. Threw him a fastball. Wigington hit it right back to Pettitte as the left-hander got out of trouble. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left. The end of 4.5. We're halfway through. 13-3 Yanks. With IO and by Infinity, who uses the power of design to create dynamic, beautiful automobiles. Well, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning on the Corona Extra scoreboard. 13-0 for the Yankees. It's been a lucky day for them. 3-7-2 for Tampa Bay. Not so much for the Devil Rays. New pitcher for the Devil Rays is Sean Kemp. And there's a strike. 97 pitches today for Tampa Bay pitchers, and 59 strikes. Toronto helping out the Yankees. They lead Seattle 7-0. See Sean Kemp's numbers. More hits than innings pitched. So Seattle at 54-40 and the Yankees at 50-46. So 2 teams ahead of the Yankees in the wild card chase, the Indians and the Mariners. And the Yankees look like they'll gain ground at least on the Mariners. Cleveland and Texas is tonight. Abreu slices one foul. This is the time of year that they play Sunday games in Texas at night because of the heat. So that is not the ESPN game. The ESPN game is St. Louis, Atlanta, I believe. And the 2-2. Fouled away. Rip foul. So this homestand for the Yankees has been what they expected and what they needed. They took 3 out of 4 from Toronto, and they're about to take 3 out of 4 from Tampa Bay. And really the one game out of the 2 that they lost they should have won was the one against Toronto. Deep drive, right center field, giving Chase Upton on the track, at the wall, see ya! Solo home run, Bobby Abreu, and the Yankees lead 14-3.
Did I already say that the Yankee hitters are locked in? It seems like these replays are becoming a broken record. That was a cutter slider that was supposed to be on the outside corner. It ended up being middle, and Bobby Abreu got all the wood on it. Gets a little high five from Larry Boa. These boys are locked in.
8th home run for Abreu, 3rd hit today. 3rd RBI. Pitch to A-Rod outside, 1-0. Anyway, the one game that the Yankees really would like to have back is that Thursday afternoon game against Toronto. They had a 2-0 lead heading into the 7th with Chin-Ming Wang on the mound. Ground ball is short. Harris one away, and Wang gave up 3 runs in the 7th. The Yankees could not get another run off the Blue Jays, so they lose that one. Friday, that's a legitimate loss. They got whacked. They lost 14-4, but they bounced back yesterday 7-3. 17-5, and now leading 14-3. So this homestand would have been 6-2, and they won 3 out of 4 against the Devil Rays last weekend. So that means since the All-Star break, they are 9-3. And you keep playing at that pace over every 12 games, you will catch the Red Sox. But in order to temper people's enthusiasm, the Yankees right now are in a stretch of games and they're playing teams that they should do this to, but it's easier said than done, because any baseball team on any given day could beat another baseball team, because it's not about out physicaling somebody, it's all about the pitcher that day. And the Yankees are going to play 4 games at Kansas City, and Kansas City coming into today in last place in the Central at 42-54, but they're not a pushover team. And the naysayers will say, well, they're supposed to beat these teams. And okay, that's fair. Right now, Kansas City's leading Detroit 4-1. But it's hard to win baseball games. And then after this stretch where the Yankees play all these under 500 teams, then they have a very tough stretch of games. They play Detroit 8 times. Line drive, base hit. Matsui with his 3rd base hit. They'll play the Red Sox at the end of August. Things like that. It's a tough stretch that they would play after what is supposedly an easier stretch. If you get a chance, stop by and visit our friends at J&R Music and Computer World.
Well, I think you're saying it, Michael. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Yankees. They've been playing good baseball. Their offense is beyond on fire. You're getting production from top to bottom, even guys that don't play every day. And it seems as though the pitching is shaping up. Who knows what's going to happen with Phil Hughes or the possibility of Agawa's start.
Posada with a ground ball. Fielded there by Pena. There's one. On to first. Not in time.
But when you face, now, Grant, the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, they did not play a good series, and that no kidding, right? But there's some fundamental issues within a game in a series, and they haven't been there. And the Yankees have capitalized not only with capitalizing on the pitchers for Tampa Bay, but some shoddy play in the field that hasn't enabled this pitching staff to also get some outs. They're going to Kansas City, the Yankees are, and then on to Baltimore. And if they're going to make any kind of waves in August to get close to the Red Sox, they need to do this. They need to beat up on pitching staffs like Tampa Bay. Need to go into Kansas City and play like champions and do what they know what they're capable of. Let's face it, this is a team and a lineup that's got a lot of credentials on the back of their baseball card, and up to this point, at least in the standings, has been disappointing, but it's still a lot of baseball to play still.
Well, the one thing that makes sense being revived is the offense, because that was the one thing that you scratch your head. You can envision maybe other things going wrong with the pitching, the starters, the bullpen, but no one thought that the offense would stall. And the offense now is closer to what everybody thought it would be. Most of the pieces are there, other than the injured Jason Giambi, and this offense is supposed to tattoo a pitching staff like this. I mean, we don't want to sit here and hammer the Devil Rays, but that's the case. I mean, they have a pitching staff with an ERA over 6, and a good offense is supposed to punish them, and that's what the Yankees have done in the last 3 games. Hit sharply, almost knocks down Pena, and it's going to be a base hit. Then he throws it past Camp, but no harm, no foul. Navarro backing up. That'll be a base hit, 3rd one for Cano.
Carlos Pena had to watch out for himself health-wise, but he nearly made a great play on that. That ball was smoked by Robinson Cano. Camp getting to first base a little late, but for him to just knock that ball down was really something, because that ball was hit very hard. And nearly made a play of it, getting Robbie Cano at first base.
There's Andy Phillips. 0-1.
Yeah, I think the best barometer for this series, as far as facing a pretty good major league pitcher, was James Shields. He's the #2 starter. The Yankees got lucky in not facing Scott Kazmir in this series, and he is their best starter and a quality major league pitcher. James Shields just didn't have it today. 3 1/3 innings, 10 hits, or 11 hits, 10 runs.
You know, Al, I'm a little concerned because I look at your scorebook, and on the Yankee side, you've run out of room. I mean, you've got maybe an inning left, and then what do you do?
I'm not going to keep scoring anymore.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're going to leave it to me?
Chart every pitch.
I know, but you're running out of room.
If I run out of room, this score is going to be a lot more lopsided than it is now.
Well, I mean, you have only 9, 10 more batters for the Yankees. You're in trouble.
You'll take care of it.
All right. Well, I'm not going to chart for you, that's for sure. Take a look at this. This is Al's scorebook, right? So it's not won by innings. It's as each batter comes up. So this is all he has left for the Yankees.
Well, normally this would be probably about the 7th inning.
Right.
That would give you the...
Yeah, we're in the 5th now. You're in trouble. Very big trouble.
Good. I don't have to keep score.
Pitch out. Paul O'Neill has no problem not keeping score. He didn't bring a pen to the booth. Count 3-2. So the runners will go on the 3-2 and 2 outs. And they'll do it again. 14-plus runs in back-to-back games. First time the Yankees have done it since August 7th and 8th of the magical 1998 season when the Yankees won 125-50. Hit sharply to Iwamura. And that'll do it for the Yankees in the 5th. But they score a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 left. The run came off the bat of Bobby Abreu. Yankees lead 14-3. Get another chance to see all the big hits and great plays another time around with WB Mason Presents Yankees Encore. Later after each game and again the next morning at 9, only on Yes. Yankees lead this one 14-3. Ty Wigington will go up against Andy Pettitte. Yankees with 16 hits, Devil Rays with 7. And the pitch is a strike, count 0-1. I said Ty Wigington. I obviously did not mark down the final out of Wigington in the 5th. This is Gomes, of course. I apologize. Count 0-2. Wigington lined out to Pettitte, if you remember. Miguel Cairo takes over for Derek Jeter at shortstop, so they give the captain the rest of the game off. Yankees don't have an off day until a week from tomorrow, so Gomes goes down on strikes. Now after this game, the Devil Rays go to Baltimore to meet the Orioles, and it'll be Daniel Cabrera against Scott Kazmir. Right back up the middle. Pettitte slows it down. Cano fields and on to Phillips. 2 away. Well, Cano makes that play so well out. Across the body, he has so much strength in his arm.
After Andy Pettitte looks out, he got the line drive off of Ty Wigginton to end the last inning. But by it hitting on top of the mound in front of the rubber, well, actually right near his foot, enabled Robbie to come up. Backhand, he does, Michael. Little flip throw, and it's not just some little lollipop. He got something on it. Picture this little flick here. He was a third baseman in minor leagues and good accuracy. much stronger arm, Robbie Cano, that's needed from second base. Obviously, it being a shorter throw to first base.
And the count 2-1. Josh Wilson now with an 8-game hitting streak. He had a 2-run single against Pettitte in the 4th inning. That tied the game at 3 after 3.5. But then the Yankees put a 10 spot on the board in the 4th inning and broke this open. Fouled away. Two upstairs. Andy with 7 strikeouts. That ties his season high. He did that last time out against Toronto. 7 innings. He had 7 strikeouts. Drilled deep to left field, giving Chase Matsui on the run. And it's off the base of the wall. Josh Wilson says, hey, we're down by 11. I'll stop it first. Almost got picked off at first. Matsui got that ball in quickly, and then a strong throw by Cano.
Great play. The carom off the bottom of the fence here at Yankee Stadium, if it doesn't hit the pad that's got cement down there, it ricochets off a little faster. You better hurry back. In a game like this, how sloppy would that be? Getting picked off on a throw from left field to the second baseman. Why not Robbie Cano? He knew he was off the bag a little bit. Actually, Andy Phillips made a good play to catch that ball.
There's Iwamura. Swing and a miss. He is 0 for 3 against Pettitte. 2 strikeouts and a soft ground ball to first. He's changed his bat. He's had no luck with the previous model. Now on more of a rose-colored bat. And the count 3-1. Yankees, of course, are not holding Josh Wilson at first. Andy Phillips deep at first. It's been a long day. There's a strike, and the count 3-2. So now Josh Wilson will go. Pettitte deals the 3-2. Tap foul. Another payoff pitch, and it's upstairs. So a walk to Iwamura. Now, obviously, the Yankees are going to win this game, Al. You think Andy Pettitte's going to be pleased the way he's pitched? He's given up 8 hits. He has struck out 7. Had a 3-1 lead that he gave back. Now, the win is a win is a win, but he's very, very tough on himself. You think he's going to be happy with this as Guidry goes out and talks with him?
I know what you're saying, and I think it's a matter of, you look at his last start, he pitched fantastic against Toronto, 7 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, 7 strikeouts with a no decision. He's got a lot of no decisions, 11 no decisions this year of his 21 starts. The bullpen has relinquished 4 games that the game was on the line for a victory. I think when you're a perfectionist, as there you see Mike Myers warming up, you expect so much from yourself. I think a game like this is much more difficult to pitch in because of the score. And when I say that, in that last bat with Iwamura, he struck him out with curveballs and sliders, but you have such a disparity, and if you get in bad counts, and he's up to 93 pitches now in what is fastball counts, 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 counts. Andy Pettitte now has gotten to a point in his career where he'll throw a 2-1 changeup or a 3-1 backdoor slider. And when you have the big lead, as he does right now, you're more inclined to just throw a strike, use my fastball, pound the zone, let him hit it at somebody.
The 0-1. And
it takes you out of your game plan. It takes you out of the plan that you've sat down with your catcher and the pitching coach and work the hitters. It becomes more of see the plates in third and just have him put it in play, as opposed to really trying to execute the pitch.
Brendan Harris swings through the 1-1. Count now 1-2.
Andy's been leaving the ball up this inning, walking even more on some high fastballs. His slider's been up. My guess would be it, especially with this pitch count, that this will be it for him.
Did he go? Yes, he did. And Pettitte works out of trouble. No runs a hit, no errors, 2 left at the end of 5.5. Yankees leading Tampa Bay 14-3. It's lunchbox day at the stadium. How apropos, the Devil Rays are getting their lunch handed to them. Broadcast area. You can still watch Yankees baseball. Log on to MLB.tv, and you can watch the game on your computer via the internet live. For more details, visit www.yankees.com, where baseball's always on. Blackout restrictions apply. Shelley Duncan leads off and pitches inside. 14-16-0 Yankees, 3-8-2 for Tampa Bay. High fly ball. Right center field, Upton back, track, wall, see ya! Another home run for Shelley Duncan. His second in a row, his third in 2 days. Oh, what a major league debut for Shelly Duncan. It's not supposed to be that easy, is it?
Apparently it is for Shelly.
That time he went the other way, showing great power. His third home run.
See that fastball middle down in the zone? Wasn't sure if he got enough of it. He did. He's strong.
Did you see Andy Phillips? He had a towel on his hand in the dugout because he didn't want to get crushed like this baseball. And here's Andy Phillips.
He didn't know what to do.
Now just imagine, okay, not to get all ooey gooey on you, but can you imagine Dave Duncan and his brother Chris Duncan watching this game somewhere in Atlanta? Maybe they're at the ballpark right now.
Oh, they're at the ballpark. They're
and
at
watching
the big screen right in the center of that clubhouse right now.
And it's on. And watching their son, their brother, and also Shelly's grandfather watches every game, and his name is Shelly. And imagine what's going through their mind and the pride they're feeling. I mean, this kid is not, drafted yesterday and, he's in the big leagues today. He battled a long time, and the carnage continues. That goes off the glove of Gomes, and Cairo will reach second. Wow.
You see Joe Madden, he's such a baseball guy, and for some of the play today and this series, it's just it's not acceptable at the major league level, and just surprisingly for Joe Madden and this team, they can't wait to get out of New York.
Here's Damon pinch hitting for Abreu, and he slaps it fair down the left field line. That is going to score Cairo, and Damon with an RBI double, and the Yankees lead 16-3.
Johnny Damon yesterday, a couple bloops to left field. This was more of a line drive. You see, he stays on the ball as long as he can, keeps the bat head in the zone a little longer, and was able to keep it fair. See Laz Diaz with the call down the third base line. Just getting up, stretching there, coming in the middle of this ball game. Joe Torre giving Johnny Damon a day off. He had a lot of running yesterday in the outfield, some great plays, and also on the base path.
Here's A-Rod. And there's a strike. Drilled deep to left center field. There it goes. See ya. A two-run home run for Alex Rodriguez. The Yankees lead 18-3. It's Rodriguez's 34th home run. He now has 99 ribbies. He now has 498 career home runs. Incredible. There's Matsui. And the count 1-0. Joe's probably asking him if he wants to take the rest of the day off.
There's the pitch. Supposed to be a fastball inside. Alex knows when he's got it. He got that one.
99 ribbies
What a season.
on July 22nd. Matsui with a base hit. The 21st hit for the Yankees. Matsui's 4th hit of the day. Take another look at A-Rod's home run from behind the plate. No doubt about it. Looks like A-Rod is taking his glove and going home. Well, no, that's it. He's had enough. Mom's calling him for dinner.
Streetlights on.
18-21-0 Yankees, 3-8-2 for Tampa Bay. Well, the 18 runs, the season high for the Yankees runs wise in a game. Yesterday, 17 was the previous high. Yankees have hit 5 home runs in this game. 1 by Matsui, 2 by Shelley Duncan, 1 by Abreu, and 1 by A-Rod. Count 3-2. What a weekend in New York for Shelley Duncan. You know what? There's so many marketing opportunities for that kid, Al. He keeps hitting. That store's going to call. They're going to have to change their spelling, or he'll change his, but there's money there to be made. That Duncan's putting up nothing like donuts. He's putting up home runs. No zeros for him. 3-2. Driven out to left field and deep. Backing up Gomes. Still back. It bounces into the seats for a double. As Matsui moves to third. Sean Kemp is just getting hammered. And Joe Madden is going to mercifully lift him from the game and bring in Gary Glover. Wow. You almost have to feel sorry for Sean Kemp. Just couldn't get anybody out. So he gives the ball to Madden. It'll be Glover's turn now as he gets thrown into the ring. Glover against Cano when we get back. Yankees lead 18-3. as the Yankees have put together an unbelievable offensive outburst over the last 2 games. The only inning the Yankees didn't score today was the first. Gary Glover now will take his chance, and boy, if you're a pitcher in this game now, you got to come in and hold your breath.
You know what? I was thinking of that as this game goes on. And, you mentioned earlier about Kitty. Just throw it down the middle. It's batting practice. Have your pitchers look at batting practice. Well, this has been batting practice, and these are Major League pitchers not showing it, trying to get Major League hitters out. And they're not. I mean, there's some bad pitches through these 22 hits, 18 runs, but there's also some good quality pitches that when a lineup is feeling good as they are, all the little gremlins get out of their head, and then it just becomes pure athletic ability. Whatever that hand-eye coordination is, there's nothing inside, and that's what's going on right now. This whole Yankee team right now is clear-minded and feeling good about what they're doing.
Robinson Cano 3 for 4 today, so he's up to 290 now, second and third with 1 out. And Glover deals. Pitch is high, 1-0. And the pitch fouled away. I've always found it incredible. I mean, the Yankees are going to win this game, but each batter is not going to give it away in a bat. Each batter is not going to remove himself from his game plan. Each batter is going to go up there as if it's a 2-2 game in the 9th inning. That's just the way it is. They want their at-bats, they want their hits, they want their average to go up. There's a certain amount of pride. They also don't want to get into bad habits.
It's the mindset of teams going into Colorado. Once upon a time, nobody wanted to take those days off. The thin air and high-scoring games out there in Colorado. Big outfield. There's a lot of room for not only the ball that flies in Coors Field, but so many base hits, and the gaps are big. A lot of guys look forward to going in there. And today it seems as though the Yankees are treating Yankee Stadium like Coors Field.
The Yankee lineup with Cano up the plate right now today is 22 for 37. So on this game at this point they're hitting .595. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Cano down on strikes.
If there is one thing that this Tampa Bay Devil Ray pitching staff hasn't done, never ever am I advocating to hit guys, but you gotta let major league hitters know that you're standing 60 feet 6 inches away. When you get healthy cuts the way the Yankees have been doing, you could throw body line just to make hitters move their feet. That's all. Just to let them know that, hey, I'm out here and I got a ball and, I'm trying to do something. Because when lineups do what the Yankees have been doing, they're just way too comfortable. Big hacks. And there's definitely a way to pitch inside effectively. Any good big league pitcher pitches inside effectively. Not to hit anybody, but move their feet. And I haven't seen one pitcher on this staff in these 4 games that have done that.
Count 1-1. And the count 2-1. 18-3 Yankees. We're in the bottom of the sixth. 2 outs. Runners on second and third. The 2-1. There's a strike. And the 2-2. Fouled away.
Gary Glover, another one of the Tampa Bay relievers that comes in and shows good stuff, not equating to doing your job and getting consistent outs with bad statistics, but you know, he's shown a good slider, he throws a good fastball. It's just a matter of doing the things that pitcher has to do to get hitters out. You see aggressive hacks by Andy Phillips on 94, 95 mile an hour fastballs on the outside part of the plate. He's not throwing any pitches inside, slider away, fastball away. When hitters feel comfortable, as the Yankees have today and last night, you gotta be able to move the ball around and effectively throw the ball inside.
Yankee fans are rooting for a hit here because Shelly Duncan's on deck. The 2-2. 3-2.
Well, it is only the bottom of the sixth, Michael. I think he'll get a shot.
High drive, right field, going back Young. Track, and he makes the play for the final out of the sixth. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, and 2 men left. We'll have to wait for Shelly Duncan to make more noise. In the 4th inning, a home run. In the 6th inning, he goes the other way, a home run. 3 home runs, lots of high fives, lots of curtain calls, lots of runs. Another chance to see all the big hits and great plays another time around with WB Mesa presents Yankees Encore. Later after each game and again the next morning at 9 only on Yes. A lot of changes for the Yankees in front of that WB Mason sign. It's not Bobby Abreu. It's Johnny Damon. Remember, he had pinch hit for Abreu. And Shelly Duncan takes over at first base as Andy Phillips moves from first to third. Alex Rodriguez out of the game, and the Yankees lose their designated hitter, with Duncan taking over at first. New pitcher Sean Henn just called up today, so he'll get a look. And B.J. Upton leads off. Hot shot and just past Cairo into left field. You know, Al, it's 18-3. And you'll see this pitch is up in the zone, and Upton, who's had a great series, the only Devil Ray with a good series, lines it into left field. But it's 18-3. And you're a friend. We've been friends for a long time. I feel I could ask you anything.
You can. Go ahead.
Scott Kazmir is going to pitch tomorrow against the Orioles. You see Henn's numbers this year. He spent some time with the Yankees out of spring training, then went down to Scranton Wilkes-Barre. And Scott Kazmir, a former Met, pitch to Pena, is outside. So, just between us and maybe a million people listening, did you in fact get Scott Kazmir traded because he played music that you didn't like?
Well, you know, I guess we do have time in this game to explain there, Scott. If I got Scott Kazmir traded as a result of him coming into a weight room in spring training with John Franco and I on the elliptical and a treadmill, and we were
now, who was on the elliptical?
John Franco.
Okay, and you were on the treadmill?
No, I was doing elliptical. Johnny was on the treadmill.
Okay.
And Scotty came in, nice guy. I like him. I'd never seen him pitch at that time. He was an A-ball. And he came right over, didn't say anything, and he turned off. I think we were listening to some kind of Motown or 70s or something kind of groove and stuff.
Ground ball to second. Cano gets one and no return.
And he flipped it off, put on, I think it was Eminem or some kind of present day music. And Johnny looked at me and said, "Would you have ever done that to Ron Guidry or Dave Righetti?" Or I said, "No." I said, "Scotty, what do we would? Listen to music." So he went over and he flipped the music back on. That was it. That was the extent of it. I've never seen him pitch. Later, fast forward, the Met organization to have the nerve to include me in some circle of power that has made some overtures that I had say in a trade is not only foolish, pathetic, insulting to me, insulting to Scotty. And I had to answer that. I still have to answer to Mets fans. And if that was the impetus behind the trade because he changed music, well, then that's a real sad state of that organization.
Delman Young fouls away. So you didn't march up to the GM and say, "I want this kid gone. He's got a bad attitude."
How dare he? We were listening to Motown and he changed the music. Trade this young guy. He was the #1 pick to give him $1 million or plus. Out of high school from Texas. I'd never seen him pitch. And they traded him on the strength of Turn It On Eminem. And I had to answer this, and I'm answering it to you.
The 0-2. So then I guess I shouldn't ask you if you also got Bobby Valentine fired.
Tell you what, I had my best years with Bobby Valentine. Smart baseball guy. I loved having Bobby Valentine.
Kazmir's looking over your shoulder right there.
Not to make fun of it, because I had to deal with some ridiculous questions, and for somebody who really enjoyed playing for that franchise and then having to answer to something like that, and then nobody within the organization to step up and say was upsetting, to say the least.
Runner on first with one out. Glad we got that out of the way. Delman Young with a 1-2 count. High fly ball center field. Melky shades his eyes. And there's 2 away. But it is amazing, just to finish the point, how it is accepted that Bobby V's blood is on your hands and Franco's, and the Kazmir trade is on your hand and Franco's. It's accepted because, as you said, no one from the Mets has ever come out and denied it.
Yeah, which is wrong, because it's not true. And I don't know. I guess that's how you get rid of a player that was good to you, that was popular, that did a good job, in order to get rid of him so that the fans don't continue to say, "Hey, what happened to him?" You create enough storm for the fans to say, "Yeah, good riddance, clubhouse lawyer, gets people traded and fired." And maybe that's a good way of getting people that you actually had good employees and people like working for you, I guess.
The 0-1. Pitches outside, 1-1.
quick story. I know there's 2 outs. When I first got to the big leagues with the Yankees in the plane, there was a hierarchy. You couldn't sit in the back of the plane. That's where Gator and Mattingly and all the veteran guys, Tim Stoddard, Rigetti. I wasn't allowed to go to the bathroom in the back of the plane. I went to the bathroom in the front of the plane. Billy Martin was the manager, and it wasn't usually a fun time when you had to go past Billy in the first class. You, as a beat writer, once upon a time, beat writers were allowed to be on the charter. So I purposely would hold it in, because if you had a bad start on the road trip, I wouldn't go to the bathroom on the plane, because I'd have to walk Billy, and Billy would just say whatever.
Right.
And Gator, in good fun, Gator would turn around, and he knew what he was doing wrong. Go to the bathroom in the front. I mean, I think about how pathetic, if I were traded, because I bust through the back side of the plane. I went to the bathroom in the back of the plane, and I defied, the veteran rule of not go. I mean, something as silly as that, but. I understood the hierarchy and how veteran players treated younger players, and it was all in good fun, and I liked it. It was part of the game. It was part of the fraternity.
The 2-2. I'm really concerned, though, in retrospect. You pitch poorly in New York, team goes to Seattle, and you hold it in for 6 hours.
Well, I can tell you there wasn't a whole lot of water, or Coke, or any other kind of beverage being consumed. I was just hoping that if it was a long flight, I hope that I pitched well enough so I could walk by Billy.
The pitch is outside, and Wigington walks. So there's runners on first and second with 2 outs here in the 7th against Sean Henn. People don't see that side of it. I mean, we've seen it. There's a pecking order, and if you're the youngest pitcher, you have to carry the gum out to the bullpen. That's just the way it is, and it's part of the learning process. It's part of, I guess, for lack of a better phrase, hazing, but nothing that desperate that goes on in colleges and stuff.
Or September call-ups. You have a road trip, preferably if you could go cross borders to Canada and Toronto. You have the rookies dress up either in like clown outfits or whatever, silly stuff.
High fly ball down the right field line and out of play, and the rookies that refuse to do it, they're not embraced. And Jeff Kent didn't want to do it. I mean, there's just a lot of guys that refuse to do it. Who else? There was one other rookie with the Mets that wouldn't do it.
Jorge, gosh, I shouldn't even know it. I was there. It was, I'll think of it. Yeah, he wouldn't do it. Yeah, and you're not going to get a fist fight over the fact that the guy didn't want to put on like a Bugs Bunny outfit or something silly as it was. But it definitely does go deep in a clubhouse when a guy doesn't want to play along, because it's all in good fun. And you're not the first guy, and you won't be the last.
And the 0-1. 0-2. It's tea time here at the stadium. Yankees are under par today. Sean Henn called up today to give the Yankees another arm of the bullpen. Perfect opportunity to use him. The 0-2. 1-2. And the pitch. Count levels at 2-2. At Fenway Park, Red Sox in the top of the 6th inning lead the White Sox 6-1. So if that holds up, the Yankees will not gain any ground in the East. But you keep winning, you're going to gain ground on somebody. So the Yankees are going to gain ground, it looks like, on Seattle. And we'll see tonight what happens with Texas and Cleveland. Along with Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. Thanks for joining us. 18-3 Yanks. The 2-2. Missed inside 3-2. Runners go. That one is drilled to left, and it is just foul. So you don't like Eminem?
Eminem. I don't even know if it was M&A. I know it was something like
Rap.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm not
And
too
you
fond
and
of rap.
Franco are old, so you can't really get into that.
I like some of the rap stuff. No, but the part of the tradition of baseball, that makes it unique and a lot of fun in a lot of ways.
Foul tip, although Posada's going after it as if it was a swing and a miss. But the home plate umpire, Wally Bell, said foul tip.
Let's take a look at that tip.
Now Posada went after it as if he didn't think it was a foul tip. Under no circumstance did he think that was a foul tip. Why would he run after the ball?
Well, and if Johnny Gomes didn't think he tipped it, why wouldn't he have run?
Well, he was trying to buy it.
All right.
Or sell it to the ump. I guess the umpire bought it. Runners go again to 3-2. That was foul. You would think that in the final 2 innings, Jose Molina is going to get in the game. Jorge Posada had, he played last night's game. Actually played the day portion, right? And also played Friday's game. So he played 3 days in a row. And you would think that in the final 2 innings he would get a little bit of a rest. 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. High fastball. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. The end of 6.5 innings of play. It's time for the 7th inning stretch. Yankees lead 18-3. Stay where you are. We're going to honor America here in the Bronx by listening to the voice of Yankee Stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard. 18-3, so the outcome really is no longer in doubt. But now there's little side stories like this one. Shelley Duncan will lead off. Shelley Duncan has already hit 2 home runs. He is 2 for 3 with a walk, and he leads off against Gary Glover. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Try him inside 1-1. As time goes by, scouts are in the stands. They're going to try to figure out how to pitch to Shelley Duncan, but so far they have not done that. He's hit fastballs, he's hit breaking balls. He's done a nice job. He has 3 home runs and 7 ribbies. He came up on Friday, hitting .364. So you can see this time they're trying to pound him in with hard stuff, and the count 2-1. In the minors, he hit .295, 25 homers, 79 ribbies. That was in AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre. And the 2-1. Big healthy cut. He does not get cheated. And the count 2-2. Home run in the 4th inning. And then a home run in the 6th inning.
Well, after that fastball, Ed Michael, that was a slider that was hanging right over the plate. He took a nice swing at that. He just missed that. Every time you see a ball that's fouled straight back, it's just the timing was right there, just a little underneath it.
And the 2-2. Hit to first base. And Shelley Duncan is retired. And he gets a nice hand from the crowd. More than a nice hand.
You know, certain players, they play with a certain type of enthusiasm. You see them busted down the line, as every major leaguer should. Some do, some don't. Looks like he plays the game right. He's got a lot of enthusiasm. People like that. Leave it all out on the field.
Here's Melky Cabrera. And the pitch outside, 1-0. 18-3, the Yankees lead. We are in the bottom of the 7th inning here at the stadium. A beautiful Sunday in New York. And that got Cabrera. And he is not happy. So he will take first, hit by a pitch.
Well, he came inside. This is a slider. You see the ball keep breaking in, hits him on the back elbow. He doesn't like the pain of it. That wasn't intentional. If you're going to hit somebody, you can hit him with a fastball. But so far, Glover's showing that the couple pitches to Duncan he threw inside, and now here to Cabrera. Cabrera, you saw the way he got out of it. He stepped and then started his swing, and anytime you get hit on your back elbow, you're actually committed to a swing.
And also what Al said, if you're going to plunk somebody, you don't plunk them with a slider.
No.
And also, if you're going to plunk somebody, you're going to plunk them way before 18-3. You're going to start moving people out the plate way before you're down by 15 runs. So Gene Monahan and Joe Torre retreat back to the dugout. And that'll bring up Miguel Cairo. Well, it says double there, so I guess they gave a double his last time rather than the E7 on Gomes. I find that a bit hard to believe, but that's what's on the scoreboard as well. The ball was hit right to Gomes and popped out of his glove in left field, but they gave Cairo a double, so Cairo's got to be happy about that. The 0-1. Outside, 1-1.
We were talking about it earlier in this series about how some stadiums in some cities are so blatant with their official score with home field advantage. Certainly that was a home field advantage scoring, I would think.
Absolutely, and in New York they're just not. They're really down the middle, to give them credit. And the official scorer today is Howie Carpenter, who does a great job.
Well, you know what, if it's blatant, then there's an element of the integrity of the game aspect, but Yeah, I have no problem with it being, if it's borderline and you're really not sure and it could kind of go either way, you go toward the home field advantage.
Now, all of this might have blended in, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if you remember that play, I mean, it was a line drive to Gomes that he has to catch. It was in his glove and popped out.
Yes.
I mean, that was clearly an E7. The 1-2 is fouled away. Again, I'm not trying to take a double away from Miguel Cairo, but in terms of that specific play, that's not a double. And I'm sure the pitcher doesn't think it's a double.
Well, I think it was Matsui who had a hitting streak of 17 games that was broken
Friday night
on a questionable call that went against him.
A blooper down the right field line that they gave an E4 to rather than a double. And it should have been a double. It was the 9th inning. In a game the Yankees were losing 14-4. And the count 2-2.
That stood, right? They didn't change it after?
No, it stood. And the official scorer was tried to talk that. They tried to talk him out of it. He refused to change it. Swing and a miss, and Cairo down on strikes, 2-away, and that'll bring up Johnny Damon. Damon, his last time up, slashed a double down the left field line, just inside the line. Picked up an RBI. He was pinch hitting for Abreu, who was 3 for 4 before that. So the Yankees get a lot of production out of the number 3 hole. Sean Henn, the pitcher, is on deck because when the Yankees made all those changes and they carry so many pitchers, they don't have enough bench players to make changes, so they had Shelley Duncan moving at first. Phillips go to third. A-Rod dropped out. That means they lose their DH, and the pitcher has to hit. For those that are unfamiliar with that rule, in the American League with a designated hitter, if you use your designated hitter to go out and play in the field later on in the game, you lose the designated hitter, he remains in the lineup, and then the spot that he took over for, the pitcher must hit in that spot, and it becomes a National League lineup. The 1-1. Check swing, foul back. Despite your troubles hitting, did you like to hit?
I did.
You did, even though you weren't good at it.
Even though I wasn't good, I thought, what a thrill to stand in a major league batter's box and face the best pitchers in the world. Didn't do very well, but it was fun. I liked it.
You had 45 hits and 530 at bats, and you struck out 290 times.
Right.
And that's an .085 batting average.
Trying to call it something. Blind squirrel finds a nut. Some silver lining,
but you actually got a hit in the World Series.
I got ripped off on a hit against Andy Pettitte. I bunted. They gave it an error.
2-2. But didn't you get a hit when you were with Toronto against Philly?
My first at bat ever was in Game 3 of the World Series in Philadelphia, because I was with the Yankees and then Toronto. Spring training at bats. And I forgot I didn't even know I was up. I came in relief of Todd Stottlemyre, and I was wearing John Olerud's helmet. I took Ed Sprague's bat, and first pitch from Roger Mason doubled down the left field line. All downhill from there.
Did you drive in a run with that?
I think Henderson was on. He was. Yeah. Ricky Henderson.
Right. Runner goes, 3-2, foul back. Were you afraid at the plate?
I think I was.
Yeah? Because you would bail a little bit.
I didn't bail. I stepped toward the pitcher, and it was just, as a pitcher, you know, your delivery, you're going toward home plate. So all your energy is to go toward home plate. And as a hitter, you know, the balance thing and staying back, you know, I just couldn't do it. I just didn't understand it. I couldn't do it.
3-2. Strike 3. Damon down looking. That'll do it in the 7th inning for the Yankees. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. Let's take this to the 8th inning at the stadium. Yankees 18, Tampa Bay 3. the two of us here in the booth for the Chevrolet Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772. Or for more information, visit ChevyOffers.com. You can vote right up until the end of the game. Vote now and make your voice heard. Today's candidates are Bobby Abreu, Alex Rodriguez, Hideki Matsui, and Shelly Duncan. Standard text messaging rates apply. We go to the 8th. Sean Henn still in there. And Navarro leads off. There's a strike. 18-22-0, beating 3-9-2. Pitch outside. Now, when the Devil Rays are trailing on the road after 7 innings, they're 0-31, so I think that's going to go to 0-32 today. 1-1. Popped up. Shallow center backing up Cairo. He'll make the play. One away. Let's take a look now at the Devil Rays in-game box score sponsored by Hummer. There's 9 hits in there, 2 by Harris, 1 by Upton. Carlos Pena with a home run and also another base hit, 2 runs scored. Delman Young 2 for 4, and then all the way to the bottom of the order, Josh Wilson 2 for 3 with 2 ribbies, and Wilson extends his hitting streak to 8 straight. And here is Josh Wilson. So Andy Pettitte will finally even his record. He'll be 6-6. And if Sean Henn actually pitches the full 3 innings, he'll pick up a save. That's what Wilson has done today. The save rule is one that sometimes gets misunderstood by people. If you pitch 3 innings, you get a save. 3 quality innings. If you don't get roughed up. If you come in with the tying run on deck and then you complete the game, then you also get a save. Or if you come in the 9th inning and your team is leading by 3 runs or less, then you also will get a save. Upstairs, 1-2.
Watching the Yankeeography on Sparky Lyle. He's happy for the present day reliever. You know, his feeling is that he was a guy that kind of transformed the whole starter reliever mentality. He was a guy that predominantly threw only a slider.
Wilson down on strikes.
But for you to describe how you get a save, and then those guys having, as he described, it was a good piece on the Yankeeography that they'd come in for the starting pitcher and Ron Guidry, whomever, and they're in trouble. He said that we never came in with nobody on, and
Right.
we said the starter was in trouble in the 7th inning. It's 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and that was the reason why they brought the closer, and that was really the inception of the closer. Him, Raleigh Fingers, Mike Marshall from the Dodgers.
It was really Tony La Russa with the A's that kind of defined what relievers do now. He used Dennis Eckersley for 1 inning, and he also mixed and matched. 7th, 8th, 9th inning, had a 7th inning guy, an 8th inning guy, lefty, righty, and the length of games. Some people say a lot of it's to do with Tony La Russa, the way he used the bullpen. So there's a base hit for Iwamura, and you always talk to Goose Gossage, and I would think that next year Gossage is going to make the Hall of Fame. He came really close this season, but he says if you compare what we did. And he has the utmost respect for Mariano Rivera. He said, and then you compare what we did to what Mariano does or what Eckersley did. There's no comparison. He said, I would come in and sometimes pitch 3 1/3 innings to get a save. He said, then I have to pitch the next day as well. He said, if I had to just pitch 1 inning and get a save, I'd have a lot more saves too. Pitch is inside. Amazingly, Posada is still in the game. I guess he'll get his rest on the plane ride to Kansas City right after the game. And he's telling Sean Henn, stay over the top. Al, explain in simplest terms, why did they say that? Why does a pitcher have to stay over the top?
Well, if you get underneath, a couple of things. You get underneath, the ball is exposed a little sooner.
When you say underneath, what
underneath,
do you
your hand to the side of the ball. You drop down a little bit, 3/4. Your hand's on top of the ball. But your best pitch or your throw is when you're through the pitch, and that's with your hand on top, and you finish. And by finishing, you're going to have a truer pitch, whether even on sinkers or sliders. With your hand on top and you finish through the ball, you get better trajectory. The plane is better. you're using your body more than just your arm. If you leak out, your body leaks out, and your hand is off to the side, it's all arm, and you're throwing the ball from behind your head instead of out in front of your face.
And that makes the ball flatter?
Yes, you want downward. Sean Henn is a tall man. You want to utilize that with a 10, 12-inch mound to get on top, get your hand up in position, and finish.
Now, why does a pitcher drop his arm? Is it just fatigue? Because the natural motion of the arm is that's why people that go submarine, they don't hurt their arm?
Fatigue is one. Mostly you don't allow your body to be in position so that your arm is where it needs to be. Meaning, you rush. You see a big, quick leg kick, the body goes out in front, and you never got the arm up in position. Your arm drags, and you get underneath it.
2-2. Swing and a miss as Harris goes down on strikes. No runs are hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Yankees beating up on Tampa Bay 18-3. You're watching Yes. Sharp Oculus, the official HDTV of Major League Baseball. Another great day for Shelley Duncan as he hits 2 home runs, gets 2 more curtain calls. 1 to left, 1 to right. 3 home runs, 7 ribbies in his first couple of games. Alex Rodriguez is used to this. He now has 498 and got the rest of the day off. There's a little Rodriguez fan, and why not? What a season for Alex. Rodriguez now has 34 ribbies and 99 runs batted in. Yankees lead 18-3. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Scott Doman is the new pitcher for the Devil Rays. A lot of Rodriguez fans there, mixed in with one Jeter fan. And Sean Henn's going to get a hack. First major league at bat for Henn. And Doman deals. It's high, 1-0.
I remember once upon a time this used to be fun for everyday players to see a pitcher up there. There you see Scott Doman's numbers. But now with interleague play, American League pitchers obviously hit National League Park, so this being unusual at Yankee Stadium.
There's a strike, count 1-2. I guess the last thing a pitcher wants to do is give up a hit to a pitcher.
How far he is away from home plate, there's no chance he can hit this ball right here.
Now he really is. He's on the back line and then the line that's behind you. So his right foot is on the back line. His left foot is on the line that runs parallel to home plate. What's left of that line. The 1-2. Strike 3, and you were right, couldn't reach it. So striking out looking, Sean Henn. Time now for the Yankees in-game box score, sponsored by Hummer. I can't even attempt to go over everything. There are 22 hits in there, believe me. The highlights: Matsui 4 for 5, Alex Rodriguez 3 ribbies, Shelley Duncan 2 for 4, 2 more home runs, 4 runs batted in. Home run by Bobby Abreu. Home run by A-Rod is 498th. Matsui, a home run. Lots of hits. And here is Matsui. 4 hits is a career high for him. Ties a career high, so he could pick up number 5. He's never done that before. Takes a first pitch strike. Been on base 5 times. The time he made out, reached on a fielder's choice. So what you had to do with your scorecard on the Yankee thing is you had to go to another side.
Yeah.
And that bothers you, I could see.
I really wanted to keep score, but I can't help it. I've been doing this for charting pitches for a long time.
You know what's funny is that a lot of ex-ball players that come up here, they never had an opportunity to keep score. They were playing as kids. They didn't really keep score. Pitchers kind of keep score because they chart. But if you're a position player, a lot of guys don't know how to keep score. I don't think Paul O'Neill can. John Flaherty said he had to learn when he came up here. So it's not something that ball players do, because ball players, for the most part, were out playing as kids. They weren't keeping score.
See, that's probably what I couldn't hit, because when I wasn't hitting, I was keeping score for somebody. They were in the batting cage hitting.
How about that? First time in his career, a 5-hit game for Matsui.
And here's the pitch on that career high 5 hits. Slider going down and in, head down. I mean, all of these swings today for the Yankees. See his eyes looking right down in the barrel of the bat. Nobody really tried, as believe it or not, for as many home runs bidden today with the Yankees, they've really put good swings on it, almost looking at kind of a gap-to-gap kind of mentality.
23 hits for the Yankees. Here's Posada. He's had 3 of them. And there's a strike. Kansas City beat Detroit 5-2, so the Yankees will face a fairly hot Kansas City team tomorrow night. Kansas City, in its last 10 games, 7-3. Pretty good.
Well, for the Yankees, you don't take these games as a, it's a cakewalk, and also you don't take it as a false sense of security, or realizing that every game is its individual game. You're facing Dallas Perez tomorrow in Kansas City. Roger Clemens on the mound. New game, turn the page. You got another pitching staff to deal with, another scouting reports and coaching staffs that pitch certain clubs differently.
The 2-1 popped up left side, but that'll be out of play. Crowd of 54,751 here at the stadium, the 22nd sellout of the year. Many have obviously left by now, on their way home, ending their weekend. For those that couldn't make it out to the game, we thank you for spending part of your Sunday with us. I'm Michael Kay. Al Leiter's alongside, and you're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. 18-23-0 for the Yanks, 3-10-2 for Tampa Bay. White Sox trying to play some catch-up. Nice play there by Wilson. Takes a base hit away from Posada for the second out. So it's 8-5 Boston over the White Sox. 8-7-0 for the Red Sox. White Sox about hit the Red Sox. 5-8-0 for Chicago. White Sox have the bases loaded with 2 outs in the 7th. But the Red Sox bullpen, which has been such an important part of their success, comes into play. Cano hits one deep to right. There it goes. See ya! 2-run home run. Robinson Cano. And the Yankees lead 20-3. Eighth home run for Cano. 6th home run for the Yankees in this game. And Cano also with 4 hits today. Here's Andy Phillips. Andy has just 1 hit today. Probably feels like he's in a slump. 24 hits. Combined 23 runs for the two teams, 34 hits. So over 2 games, the Yankees have 44 hits against Tampa Bay pitching. 44. Jose Molina's probably thinking, what did I get traded to? I can't hit like this.
I'm trying to think as I sit here of the 23 years I played professionally. I don't ever remember seeing a game so lopsided and so much production on one team, in uniform or even as a fan. This has been an unbelievable offensive day for the Yankees.
62 hits over the weekend for the Yankees. 48 runs over the weekend for the Yankees. $20 runs today, first time since June 21st, 2005 against the Devil Rays that they've had 20 runs. Last time they had 6 home runs in a game, also in 05, July 20th at Texas.
Well, with those dates, I guess it's really not that big a deal. Just talking last year or two. So many good at bats.
And you were on the team by then.
When was this?
July 05. July 20th of 05. You were there, right?
Yeah.
The 1-2. Very slow recall for Al.
Where was I? 20 runs? They scored 20 runs against Texas? Oh, yeah. 6 home runs.
6 home runs.
Okay, all right. I bet there are a lot of solos there. That wasn't 20 runs. I don't remember.
Well, in 05, but what was the 05 date that we had on the graphic? Was that May? Because he wasn't there then. June 20.
See, I remembered 6 home runs.
Well, no, 6 home runs you were there.
Oh.
The 20 runs you might not have been. June what? Kevin Smallman, our producer? June 21st. Were you on the Yankees?
No.
By June 21st?
July 8th.
July 8th.
July 15th I pitched.
That was against the Red Sox, right?
Yes.
Sunday night.
Yes.
Big game. (3-2). And Phillips works a walk, and that gets Shelley Duncan another at bat. Crowd seems like it has a new favorite. Duncan with 2 home runs today. Popped up behind the plate and out of play. Derek Jeter's been a spectator for about 5 innings. They gave him the second half of the game off. After the Yankees scored the 10 runs in the 4th, Torrey felt somewhat safe. What's left of the crowd chanting Shelley, Shelley. I think it's safe to say that Yankee Stadium opened in 1923. That no crowd at Yankee Stadium has ever chanted Shelley. So this is a first here in the Bronx. The 0-2 missed outside, 1-2. First name is David. His middle name is Shelley, and he goes by Shelley Duncan. And that's his granddad's name, who's watching right now on the satellite. A 1-2. That gets past Navarro as Phillips advances to second. Boy, you're catching this game for the Devil Rays. You must be exhausted. Remember, he caught last night's game as well.
Yeah. Well, that's a sign of being tired right there. Navarro's a better catcher than that. You scoot your body out and play like you're a hockey goalie. How many pitches have they thrown, do you think?
You have it right there.
Well, no, their pitch count I stopped.
They score that a pass ball, not a wild pitch. The official scorer saw that Navarro did not go after it the way he should have. It's hard to blame him. I mean, you don't condone laziness, but that's not laziness. He's probably just physically exhausted. He caught yesterday's second game when the Yankees scored 17 runs. And now this. The 2-2. The count 3-2. .203 pitches for the Devil Rays today. That's about 40 more than you threw in that game for Dallas Green.
I was going to say, I'm in about the 6th inning.
The 3-2. He walked him. So Duncan walks for the second time today. You know, in its own way, Al, that shows me something. You know this kid probably wants to hit a 3rd home run, and he had the discipline to not chase out of the zone and take the walk.
Well, that ball, too, Michael, was about 2 feet outside.
Yeah, but not the other one. One of the balls was close.
Yeah, he's got the right mind. This guy grew up around baseball. Even his answer the first night he got his first home run, he said, well, you know, Andy Phillips had a great at bat that, you know, that allowed that, you know, set that up. You know, he knows as a team, he knows what everybody's trying to do.
Cabrera slices one down the left field line. It's a foul ball. Not much room down there to be foul, but it was. Let's see. Wow. Laz Diaz was right there to make the call, and he made the right call. Going to be close to a 4-hour game when it's done. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Yankees have not scored in just 2 innings. The 1st and the 7th. So far, at this point, 14 hours and 12 minutes of baseball this weekend. 4 games. So, not terrible, but lengthy games. A lot of runs scored, a lot of hits. The 0-2 upstairs, 1-2. First and second, 2 outs. Phillips at second, Duncan at first. And the 1-2 pitch. Line drive, center field, a base hit. Andy Phillips is going to come home. Here's the throw from Upton. It's cut off. An RBI single for Cabrera. And the Yankees lead 21-3. Al, you talk about all your years in baseball. Have you ever seen outfielders play deeper than Tampa Bay?
No, you know, B.J. Upton is a shortstop, or was a shortstop, but he's so deep. And the Yankees, this is way in center field, folks. And any ball that like this, a base hit, Andy Phillips, looks like he's got a little hobble to him. The center fielder can't get to the ball soon enough. I mean, if there's one thing, just looking from up here, maybe the vantage point from the dugout, they don't see it, but you got to move the center fielder in. I saw the last couple innings, Delman Young, he's moved in a little bit, but.
Here's Cairo. There's so much real estate, Al, in front of the outfielders. It's amazing.
And this has been the whole series, and that was a perfect example. You have what I call a yellow rudder, red light, yellow, green in Andy Phillips at second base. You got a base hit up the middle. There's a lot of room here for the base hit. He's got to run a lot of ground to get the ball. He's got a good arm, B.J. Upton, and then make a strong throw to throw out a runner from second base to home plate. Normally, there's dead grass area. This is where most of the center fielders play, about that depth. If the ball is over his head,
it's
so
a home
what?
run.
It's either a home run or, the pitcher made a mistake. Move up. You may even be able to catch a little blooper.
Boy, Al, I agree. I mean, what they're defending against right now is a ball they can't catch. The only thing that's going to go over their head is a home run.
This is very close to the warning track, and this is about as deep as I've ever seen a center fielder play at Yankee Stadium.
And this is for Miguel Cairo. It's not as if Alex Rodriguez is up. And every time you talk to pitchers, they want their outfielders in, and they'll tell the outfielders, if any ball gets hit over your head, it's my fault. I made the mistake.
And it surprises me because Joe Madden, the manager of Tampa Bay, he's a great baseball man, wonderful person. Why, he's very particular on spray charts. I don't know why the outfield coaches and just keep on waving the towel and say, move in, move in. I'm sure he feels uncomfortable. A lot of outfielders, especially if they're not accustomed to playing out there, they just don't feel good about going back on the ball.
But Upton's played enough games in center field that he should feel pretty comfortable at this point. And also, you got to tell him to move in.
You got Shelley Duncan at second base. Assume there's a base hit up the middle here. By all rights, if he was in position, B.J. Upton, and Larry Bowa waves home Shelley Duncan, it's almost going to be impossible for him to run to get to the ball and make a good throw, even with the speed of Shelley Duncan.
The 2-2. And you know what's amazing, too? They're so deep, Al, that they're not guarding against the ball in the gap, because even if they cut it off before it gets to the wall, the runner is going to get to second on the double because you're fielding it too deep.
Which is what the Yankee hitters were doing. This whole series, if you remember, there were some balls in the gap, normal, benign-looking base hits that Cabrera went to second base aggressively. Cano tried to go to second base and got thrown out, but this is the kind of aggressive base running that happens out of the box, and they're taking advantage of this. And it's not because of bad arms. They have very good arms, Delman Young, B.J. Upton. I mean, it's a small nuance of a game now 21-3, and whether there would have been some effect in this game as to whether the Yankees would have been able to score less runs or they would have held the Yankees to less runs. But these are things, especially a team like Tampa Bay's got to be very particular about in order to win games.
Runner goes, and the ball is swung on and missed by Cairo, and that will do it. But the Yankees get 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left. At the end of 8, Yankees with 3 touchdowns, Tampa Bay with a field goal. He always goes to that. Coverage doesn't end with the final pitch. Oh no, stay tuned for the Nissan postgame with Bob Lorenz to get a recap of all the key plays from this finale with the Devil Rays, as well as highlights from around the league. Plus, Kimberly Jones has the inside scoop from the clubhouse. The Nissan postgame, it's coverage you won't get anywhere else, and it's only on Yes. We go to the ninth inning. Yankees lead 21-3. B.J. Upton will lead off against Sean Henn. Nope, it's Mike Myers. They took Hen out. Ground ball is short. Cairo's there. One away. Today, Major League Baseball, I guess it was yesterday, had the second largest attendance day in the history of the sport.
What was the attendance?
I'm getting that right now. I guess the Yankees, having sold over 100,000 seats in one day, helped that record be set. Pitch to Pena's low. I think, what we were talking about yesterday, Al, with all those seats being sold, they could probably squeak some money together to get Quest Tech in every park.
Yeah, I think I did say it's an affordability issue. I think, I mean, of course they could afford it, but I think it's, manning it and I don't know. They should. I agree with you.
All right, the number, Al, was 639,528.
Well, speaking of Quest Tech, Wally Bell behind home plate, there was a couple pitches here late in the game here that he could have called strikes that would not have bothered the Yankee hitters based on the score, of course.
Well, the bat goes all the way out to Robinson Cano.
Without it being blatant kind of Eric Gregg, 1997 NLCS kind of strike zone. Just close enough where, you understand that the game is out of order and, better swing, boys. A few inches off the plate. Let's go. But because of Quest Tech, they're being graded. Wally Bell wants to make sure his rating is up so that he gets postseason opportunities and they make a little extra money and the prestige of it. So he's not going to call out of it, because I've been watching the last couple innings and there's some borderline pitches that he continues to call balls that are probably balls. They're off the plate and he's calling the correct pitch, but I don't think anybody would be too upset about it if he were to call them strikes.
Now, anyway, to give you some more specifics about that, 639,000 plus people in 16 games yesterday. So that's the second most single attendance in Major League history. The record was established on July 3rd, 1999, 640,000, but that was in 17 games. So yesterday was the highest average per game in the history of Major League Baseball. And attendance for the game is up 4.7% over this time last year.
And last year, what, 75 million through Major League turnstiles, another 40 plus million in minor league cities.
Pena with a high fly ball to right field. Damon is there. One other thing about baseball, Al, the popularity is very high. The attendance is great. And this is a great time for the sport to seize more popularity, especially with what's going on in the NBA with the official scandal and with all the arrests going on in football. Those kind of things don't happen with that kind of regularity in baseball, and baseball might be able to sell that aspect as well. There's Delman Young. maybe people will look at it as more of a wholesome entertainment. I don't know. I love football and basketball, don't get me wrong, but this could be something for Major League Baseball to seize upon and say, hey, look what we have, and look at the players we have. You know, they have their problems as well with the steroid allegations and things like that, but you know, compared to the allegations against Michael Vick and the official in the NBA, you know, I think that's the third worst.
Well, there's no question baseball as a whole has been held at a higher standard, every facet, and they know that. And fans are showing it by coming out in droves.
What's left of the crowd here at the stadium? Most of them on their feet. Delman Young with an 0-2 count against Mike Myers. Yankees lead 21-3. Myers deals. Foul back. Look at what the Yankees have done in this series. Burning in the Bronx indeed. 404 average, 49 runs scored, 63 hits. They've hit 11 home runs, and they've had 4 innings of 5 or more runs. And that's thrown in there with a game that they lost 14-4. The 0-2. Driven out to deep right center field, giving chase Johnny Damon on the run. He's on the track. He'll have to play it off the wall. And Delman Young will be at second with a double. Third hit of the game for Delman Young.
A little different angle for Johnny Damon. Unusual seeing Johnny in right field. I don't know if he's ever played in right field. Watch the slice off a right-handed bat. This ball slice. You see him aggressively going toward right center, and then the ball just peeled back.
Here's Ty Wigington. Wigington 0 for 3 with a walk. Now Johnny Gomes is on deck, and I would assume, I know Major League Baseball players have a lot of confidence in their ability. I would assume that Johnny Gomes probably doesn't want to get up. He's 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. That's a bad enough day. And he certainly has not had stellar defense in left field either over the past couple of days. Rip foul. Or maybe he wants to get up so he can end the day on a better note and risk that 5th strikeout. Check swing. Count 2-1. All weekend there have been rumors about Wigington being traded. So far we've heard nothing. Up the middle. This should do it. Nope. Off the glove of Cano. And the game continues. Robinson Cano has been playing flawless defense, so an error there on Cano.
See the ball kick up on Robbie. Just didn't get in front of it. The ball was hit hard, but Robbie chose to backhand it as he does so often so well. And you saw that last hop kick up on his heel.
He had gone 56 games without an error for Cano, and he has really played a flawless second base. Here's Johnny Gomes. And the pitch is outside 1-0. As we mentioned, 4 strikeouts for Gomes. Line drive to center field. Coming on, Cabrera dunks in front of him for a base hit. Delman Young scores. And the Yankee lead is now 21-4. Base hit for Johnny Gomes, so he does improve his day. But that's an unearned run because the E4 would have been the final out of the game, and it will not affect Mike Myers' ERA. Here's Deanna Navarro. It looked like it was going to be a great weekend for him on Friday. He had a grand slam, but A long day finishing it off here for the Devil Rays catcher. There's a strike. Ground ball is short. Cairo on to second, and that'll do it. The Yankees win 21-4. Another big day for Shelley Duncan. 2 more home runs for the rookie. And overall, a big game for the Yankees. 14 hours and 29 minutes of baseball turn into 3 wins for the Yankees, 1 for the Devil Rays. Today, 6 home runs from the Bronx Bombers, 25 hits, 21 runs, and the Yankees beat Tampa Bay 21-4. Andy Pettitte will get the victory. So in this homestand, the Yankees with 6 wins and 2 losses. Big day for Robinson Cano. Big day for Hideki Matsui. Big day for mostly everybody in the Yankee lineup, and you have to have a big day from the entire lineup to ring up 25 hits and 21 runs. Just an amazing offensive outburst by the Bronx Bombers, and they now go to Kansas City feeling very good about things. They scored 17 runs last night, 21 runs today, so in their last 2 games, 38 runs scored as they peeled off 3 in a row against the Devil Rays. And it's time again for another edition of the Kim and Shelley Show. Kim?
Thank you, Michael. We do meet again, Shelley. Do you feel like you're living a dream?
Just trying to keep things as simple as possible and doing my job out there.
3 home runs in 3 games, though. It's not supposed to be this easy.
I don't even step back and look at it like that. I really don't. We're out here trying to win ball games, and you can tell by the bats everybody's taking up and down the lineup that we're trying to get locked in and go out there and play hard and win some games.
2 more curtain calls. The fans love you. It looked like you looked to Don Mattingly to see if it was okay to take those curtain calls.
I'm new here. I don't really know what you're supposed to do. Some things, we'll see.
Well, you are supposed to celebrate with your teammates, and they all seem to love it. But what was going on with Andy Phillips, who came at you with the towel and hand back?
I was a little careful that time, and Andy was reminding me, hey, he's up. So, it was fun.
Well, you're staying so humble about this, but listen. A little rookie hazing.
I'm gonna go in.
You are? Okay, Chris. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Shelley. Back to Michael.
That's what you were talking about before, Al. So the veterans don't want him to get too comfortable. Ron Vallone and Scott Proctor with a little water shower there.
And I'm going to go in.
And that's what Kim was talking about with Andy Phillips. And as Duncan said, all right, I'm going to go in right now. All right, we're going to take a break right now. Yankees beat Tampa Bay 21-4. When we come back, we'll hand out the awards. You have the postgame after that. Big day for the Yankees in the Bronx.